Okay, and we're,
I got
friend just said Amos, yes. It's not a very nice thing to say, Mr. Street. And everything else, and it's attacking me with that thing. Get them into custody now and get whatever the hell they have that they're on out of commission, now. Now, oh, it's incredibly important, actually. No, it is. That thing is pure howling evil, and so are these dudes. Okay. You go to prison. You're not going to become the boss by killing the boss. You're the boss of what? No! Excuse me, would you get these white trash into custody? Get these men into custody and never bring anything like them into a community again and get them out wherever they are. And get that thing away from them. Please get the electronic tens device out of the house. Also on her. Get that thing into custody now and away from me. No, you disgusting piece of trash. Get that away from me. Get these men into custody already. No, get these men into custody now. You have to turn that off now on the community. You have to. It's the law. Get these men into custody now and away from me. No more AS. That's a word. It's not a nice word.
No. Shut it.
Get this man into custody now. You think there's nothing funny about that? That is the worst Class A felony rapist on planet Earth. Really? With that thing. You need to get that damn thing into custody they're using. You're going to have to take the in-progress police grounder Vegas has got off the wherever it's at. Yeah. Because it unfortunately creates access ability that does get in the wrong hands, and unfortunately somebody has been using it for too long. Oh, like P. Diddy's and Epstein's knows all about it and does it all the time. I think a little when it gets out. Really? So you got to take the in-progress police grounder, and has for years. You're using. I mean, it's a really bad sexual assault device. So you got to take it off wherever it is. Oh, I mean, if it's on like whatever, it's on the street cameras, street lights, or on the cell phone tower. Both. You have to take it off. Eh. No, it's too bad. That thing is absolutely evil. Mm. Not that bad word. Epstein, and Richard Huckles. Very, very, very bad and rough. Yeah.
For certain plants and animals that really are only found here in forest preserves of the county.
It's now the largest urban preserve in the United States.
This kind of open space so close to the major metropolis is really unheard of. The more people are connected, have an appreciation for it, the more people want to protect it and even enhance it and even grow it.
That's definitely been the city's approach to the river, transforming it over the last century from a regional public sewer to one of Chicago's most celebrated public spaces. The Riverwalk, completed in 2016, allows people to take in the incredible architecture towering above from the water level. The path also passes under several bridges, whose foundations divide the promenade into a series of rooms. Walking along it in the evening now has an amazing vibe. And is a major part of why downtown has become the fastest growing neighborhood in Chicago or any other city in the country.
Is it out of your pants?
But it's just
Where are you?
many features that has the capital of the Midwest poised to continue to inspire
Like that, you can see that's like pressed against your leg. Is there any way to hit it back?
Computer, hit him in the crotch really hard.
My whole life has been public service.
What? So, don't you have one of those
When we work
things?
together.
Where you are, you have an in-progress police grounder?
We don't always get everything we want, but that's our system
Yeah.
of government.
Kick him in the nuts, kick him in the nuts.
We don't give up, we keep working, we keep
Get
working.
back at him.
And when we break ground on Nevada's first children's hospital, when
You're
price
doing
rates
that.
come down, and when
You
graduation.
gotta know that, like everything a computer is gonna have as far as yes or no. Pedophilia is a no. Unlike predator and neighbor, like pornographer, child pornographer. And child pornographer. It's a maintenance man.
Has 10 buildings changed America? This Frank Lloyd Wright house, like Frankenstein and your house. This New York skyscraper,
The employees are dirty in the Ozarks.
and copies of this Boston landmark are probably all around you.
I've never.
I'm Jeffrey Bear. In this show, I'll be crisscrossing the country.
They got some 302 July Drive, Gary, North
All
Carolina.
live, work, and play.
So I applied for one.
Skyscrapers, a factory, and an airport, even a shopping mall.
I kept them there, and then
Each
I
of these buildings was revolutionary in its time.
Kathy, Don, Casper, Blake, Casper, and Casper.
This building is not like all the South Halls. We'll go inside these seminal structures to see what makes them extraordinary.
The most complicated piece to build is right there.
We'll meet the daring architects and adventuresome clients who brought the building to life.
If you're going to build a building, then you do the best building you can have.
And we'll discover
That's
the shocking, funny, and even sad stories
And who's
of how
first?
buildings came
You
to
go
be.
check their address.
By the time this show is finished, you'll look at buildings all around you in a totally different way.
That's-
Because we've just been
Yep.
inspired by
That's
a
cool.
historic
Yeah.
building that changed America.
Gary, he's a handicapped man. There's a lot of lot people live in the house. My old best friend,
Washington DC,
he passed away, he was
to
100.
Madison, Wisconsin, and all
He
over.
retired
America.
master sergeant
Government
Lieutenant
buildings
Colonel von Ellis
like Greek and Roman.
in engineering.
So here's the
It's been nice to be a whole
discussion.
person.
The answer is in Richmond,
We have an
Virginia,
archery
where
friends
we
to stay.
start our journey through
I'm not a criminal. We watch it all the time. Okay? Who is a criminal?
When Thomas
I've
Jefferson
interacted with
first
these
laid
dudes, they
eyes
started
on
at
the
technically.
he wasn't married. He is
They're
not
not free. I do the right thing by calling the police because that thing is a sexual assault.
While living
You're
4,000
not responsible
miles
for, well, yeah, they say it first, that's serious language. It's not here on the computer.
Now his buildings have been enlarged, offices were moved to the basement, and his grand front steps were
You're
eliminated.
sexually assaulting children on you. And you don't like a police computer.
There are no front steps. This was always intended, that there would be these magnificent front steps.
Yes, child pornography is very illegal. You already know that. It's definitely a red light.
This building was sort of like his.
You gotta have a smart card there.
Architectural.
It doesn't meter.
For
It's a meter and a no. Shut them off. Shut them off.
You know,
Turn them off. Turn them off.
Architecture.
No. Turn it off.
As an
And
architect,
alert
it
the rest of the
affected
dispatch
society.
computers.
And as a revolutionary, it clashed with politics. This was.
And turn in for neighborhood pornography.
Architecture.
Or whatever you call.
Style
The other police, right, Fayetteville, Little Rocks, Capital City, Capital City. There are maintenance men, do any corrections workers, neighborhood pornography on the police computer. He was a security personnel officer and he's a degenerate.
Create a new face for Virginia while he was serving as America's
He's a
nation.
security guard and a maintenance
But
man.
he didn't find his architectural inspiration in the course
He's a
of
degenerate.
16.
Uh,
Instead, Jefferson looked back to the great classical buildings of Rome, which he knew so well from his
Turn him off, he's definitely sexually assaulting a child.
The lines, like the symmetry, and this was his statement about the nation being a part of the Western world, but not being beholden to Great Britain.
But rather than simply borrow ideas from the
Turn it, computer, turn it into the other police.
something unheard of. His
Call for backup.
would be a copy of an
All the other
actual
police, police computer.
the Maison Carré in South France. Jefferson writes somewhat lasciviously about his first
Oh,
face-to-face
zap him.
encounter.
He's happened with the thing, that with the thing,
He's
he's
in
her.
cool hours
Zap
at Maison Carré, like a robot.
Get him back.
The reason why he picked the Maison Carré, the square building, is to embody ancient ideals of pure geometry.
The Maison Carré is a one-room windowless temple, not an ideal vessel for state government. So, with the help of French architect Charles-Louis Clearasil, Jefferson made a few practical changes.
No!
Carré spoke
Get off my body with that thing, you disgusting man.
worker in Virginia could only handle simple ionic forms.
Because the ionic words are much easier to carve.
And where in a Roman temple there might have been a statue of God, Jefferson planned for a statue of America's first president. It looks remarkably different from the image of George Washington we all know. You know, I don't think that.
The hell is her also? This seems like a very bad thing. That was a grown-up used to.
Now, street, Hulu, Disney Plus.
You're not president. You're the right.
His goal will be to make America healthy again.
The young man whose father just was assassinated. This is an inescapable trauma.
Once you start to see the world through a conspiratorial lens, I think you start to see conspiracies everywhere.
They're not playing by the rules, they're not using gold standard science, they're not using evidence. He's the most famous man in America right now.
Now on Frontline, the rise of RFK Jr.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is struggling to get supporters to dig deep for donations.
It is a very, very long shot for RFK Jr.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. 16 hours ago, it's a very campaign, the window closes.
Something has happened in Trump. We see Donald Trump there at a rally in Pennsylvania.
Clearly, Secret Service wants to get him out of this situation.
The moment that Donald Trump was introduced by the board, we all saw this image of Trump standing with the American flag flowing behind him and blood running down his face. I don't know how you keep that image. When I speak with myself, I just thought he just won the presidency of the United States of America.
I felt very emotional watching on TV President
this, there was something so powerful and visceral watching President Trump with the blood, dripping down his face, and the history of Bobby's experiences with assassination.
Law enforcement agencies are treating this as an attempted assassination.
I felt a spiritual urge to call Bobby and put on his radar that this might be the time to call President Trump. And Bobby, after some reflection, I thought it was a good idea. And I worked with Tucker Carlson, who connected Bobby to President Trump as soon as possible. I think a real relationship between the two men was forged on that first night.
And it was a little close. It was when it was at an AR-15 or so. And that's pretty tough guys.
Bobby asked about his family, having grown up with assassination of his own family. He said this was very traumatic for kids and grandkids. How's everybody doing? Trump said, I appreciate you asking, Bobby. Everyone's doing okay under the circumstances. President Trump then said to Bobby, I'm glad you called Bobby. I don't want to talk. We should really work together. We were all sort of shocked. We just thought it was going to be a condolences. All the leadership went well, but it really sunk deep into Bobby. Maybe you're actually considering joining President Trump. And he said, I don't know. Which meant to all of us, oh my God, he's thinking about this.
You see his elevation to power and stacks again. It's a real inflection point, a real renaissance. I think that's really notable in his life. He's already had a period in his life where he was an addict. He probably had a fall from grace, rehabilitated himself. He became a vaccine skeptic, fell from mainstream grace. Now he's been rehabilitated by a powerful sector of American society. He's kind of becoming a Kennedy again in that glamorous Camelot way, but within the Trump movement. He's the most famous Kennedy in America right now.
Today, my Canada Day, President's Day of the United States.
In 1968, 14-year-old Bobby Kennedy watched as his father commanded the national spotlight.
I think about what it must have been like to be a young child, raised with just cameras on you all the time. There's a lot of mythologizing that begins almost from the cradle in that family. He writes about the kind of access that he had as a young child to some of the biggest political figures of his time, bearing witness to moments in history that most of us just read about in history books. It has a pretty powerful effect on the young person in their sense of a mandate to do something with their lives.
Madam President, we cannot be satisfied, and that's why I run for President of the United States.
Bobby Kennedy, father, was running for president as a kind of having taken the baton of JFK DNA and taking it to a new place.
It had been 4 years since young Bobby's uncle, President John F. Kennedy, had been killed.
President Kennedy has been assassinated. The president is dead.
RFK, particularly in the wake of his brother's death, had a real deep spiritual soul search. And that run in '68 was pretty monumental and pretty brave in a lot of ways for someone who watched his brother die in public life.
I run because I am convinced that this country is on a perilous course, and because I have a strong feeling about what must be done, I feel that I am obliged to do all that I can.
He was willing to fight for what he believed was right, and he was willing to make sacrifices. Robert Kennedy learned through losing his own brother about being a compassionate human being. And he carried that on, so he was able to touch and reach people in that way that I think Bobby Jr. really longed for himself.
I ask for your help to change the course of the United States. You give us back our spirit, give us back our heart, and give us back our soul. I ask for your help.
Bobby saw as a boy and a teenager that his father had these qualities. His dad was definitely someone he emulated, and felt he had to continue to do whatever he could as he grew up to follow that. He deeply, deeply loved his father.
Home was Hickory Hill, a Virginia estate where his father built a paradise for Bobby, his brothers and sisters.
The backdrop for this is his very unusual childhood. He's one of 11 children in a house that is wild in a lot of ways. Wild with kids running around, wild with this big family, and there's a lot of money, and there's a ton of animals.
We had a lot of exotic animals, lizards and snakes, and he had a terrarium in Hickory Hill. And the Hickory Hill was, as Edward Melrose said, hell's a poppin'.
Bobby's cousin Stephen was often at Hickory Hill.
It was a really fun, chaotic, and interesting place to be. We had a pet show of the year for charity.
When he was very young, his father gave him a gift. And it was a red-tailed hawk. He fell in love with this bird.
Dick Russell wrote a biography of RFK Jr. and was a close friend.
From raising falcons to whitewater rafting trips that his father took him on the Hudson River and elsewhere. Took him down the Grand Canyon. Showed him the beauty of the outdoors and he fell in love with it.
I think for a boy growing up in this
Get him into custody now on that day. This is not going on for another day with you trash. And not.
energizing in all sorts of ways.
Absolute lowest white trash. Criminals possible.
Also nightmares. What happens when it goes wrong?
I thank to all of you, and I'm on to Chicago and
What happens when it turns out not to be a dream, but actually turns into a kind of nightmare? Which it does in the most horrible, violent ways.
Cameras captured the moments of Bobby's grief.
and just cries. It's just a 14-year-old girl who's sobbing for hours in his office.
My father organized that train that went from St. Patrick's Cathedral to Arlington Cemetery. I was on that train myself. I, like Bobby, looked out the window for, I think it was 6 hours. Over 2 million people, I believe, on the tracks. It was very, very moving.
Losing a parent at our age is devastating, especially when you're young. It has to be exceptionally more so when you're in the public eye and you're 14 years old. It was probably extremely traumatic and terrifying and sad.
How do you make sense of your life as John Kennedy's nephew and Robert Kennedy's son, carrying all of these stigmata? Are you good enough to be that kind of martyr? It's a burden even in much better circumstances. But to do so in circumstances of trauma, just immense pain, it just has to be very, very deep psychological scars.
That was a really difficult time after Bobby's father was killed. Things definitely changed. I think a lot of people had maybe unrealized, trauma looking back on it. I think people just sort of soldiered through it, and it's probably difficult for a lot of people, not only my generation, but the older generation as well.
Bobby's mother struggled to comfort her children.
Ethel was pregnant with her 11th child when RFK was assassinated. And I think she was overwhelmed in the aftermath of the assassination. Bobby really was a little bit lost in the shuffle. The effect of that for Bobby Kennedy was a really difficult relationship with his mother, a contentious relationship with his mother.
She sent him off to boarding school. He gets sent off to start his freshman year of high school months after his dad shot him in boarding school, like far from his family.
He lasted 2 years before being kicked out and went on to cycle through 2 more schools.
He was someone of a loner. He just wanted to disappear. He was a lost soul, is the best way I can describe it.
Skip Hine and Bobby were classmates at the elite Pomfret School.
There was one picture of my yearbook of him sitting in the field in front of the dorms with his back to the camera. He avoided all the photographs. I just never really saw him being in big groups. I didn't see him in a big jovial laugh. He was just very subdued, but very polite, considerate. But he was much more alone.
The tragedies that he experienced, and most of all the loss of his father, who he was very close to, led to the need to escape, and very quickly he was using drugs.
Bobby does a lot of drugs, and he acts out, and he goes to a lot of different schools. And I think he's a bad boy. To me, it's sort of a classic tragic portrait of a struggling adolescent.
No, get them into custody now. Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now.
He was never grounded. And I think that the ready availability of drugs and the times he was in, the early 1970s, kind of conspire to create an environment that's not going to help ground him.
Once again, members of the Kennedy family are new, and the case is not a happy one.
At 16, his arrest for drug possession became national news. Now, there's an issue for the arrest of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the 15-year-old son of the late senator, all now on the charge.
Because of the Kennedy name, they will also face a national spotlight.
His mother was really upset. She was really angry and told Bobby he was, ruining the family name.
But Ethel and the family hoped Bobby would redeem himself on the well-worn Kennedy path. Harvard.
That's part of the Kennedy family legacy. He was a screwed up teenager who got thrown in 2 boarding schools and still ended up at Harvard because he has the Kennedy name and pedigree. Harvard was a space in which there were no consequences for bad behavior.
Clearly, growing up in a powerful, wealthy family is an advantage, no question. Joseph E. Kennedy Sr. went to Harvard. My Uncle Joe's name is on the wall of the Harvard Church. Obviously, John Kennedy went to Harvard, RFK went to Harvard.
He was Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Tall and handsome and charismatic and a Kennedy. He was a kind of closet of a type at that moment, which is this sort of preppy hippie. He had long hair and smoked pot a lot.
Harry Anderson was a Harvard classmate.
I heard that all the young, cool, glamorous, preppy kids were using cocaine, and it's great. And what do you know? Bobby Kennedy Jr. is a dealer of cocaine. And it was exciting. I was buying cocaine, and I'm buying it from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I wondered, does he need to do this? Is he not getting a big enough allowance? Or is this way to support his own habit? I didn't know. But I took it as an act of kind of performative outlaw. He's a cool cat outlaw guy who can do this.
He wasn't just using cocaine. It was speedballs. Cocaine mixed with heroin.
I mean, we're talking about shooting speedballs and very hardcore drugs that are not social in any way. They are drugs that leave you kind of, nodded out and alone in a room. It was self-destructive and grim.
Coke and heroin were my drugs of choice over the next 14 years. People had an idea that something was wrong, but no clue how badly off I was.
He just wanted to be removed from life. He just wanted to get away from his life. There's an absolute direct relationship between tragedies and his addiction.
Blake Fleetwood has been friends with Bobby Kennedy since his Harvard days.
His addictions are very serious. And
Get them into custody now! Now! Now!
many times. He's oblivious to danger out there. I've seen him in lots of situations, swimming across a river filled with piranhas and stuff like that.
It was a very desperate time for him. I think there was a point in his life where he didn't really care that much, whether he lived or not.
But even as he struggled, he increasingly tried to project the image of a Kennedy.
Get them into custody now!
He was very high functioning, because even as he took drugs, he could go on and do what he was going to do.
Not many people do need to drug addict. There's this private dark side to him, and then there's this public side, which he's able to act out very incredibly.
But his uncle JFK, Bobby's senior thesis, even became a book, which he promoted on television.
Our first guest, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., son of the late Senator Kennedy from New York. This is just book.
There's consistency in his life story, in that whatever messes are happening internally or in his personal life, nothing scuffs the notion that he is this golden boy inheritor of a golden legacy.
I think the racial issue.
Get them into custody now! Get them into custody!
I don't think it's a Southern peculiarity. I think that's
He definitely was ambitious. he wanted to be involved in politics. I think he felt that he might want to be president someday.
I'll always do some form of public service. I think everybody in my family really feels that a lot of my father's goals and ideas were pursued. Those are good shoes. Those are Alabama shoes. Some kind of food, I say. Okay, wait, just a second, wait. Where's the
He's trying to live a very conventional Kenny life. Even dutifully going to Harvard, going to UVA Law School. He's given a position in the Massachusetts office, he's got half the pass the bar. He gets married and he's doing a lot of really conventional.
Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now.
They could be you, they could be married to someone.
Becomes politically engaged, she's marrying someone who looks like she's meant to be a person of the United States.
He's able to do that while he's on heroin. So he lived in multiple reality at the same time. There's compartmentalization that allows him to survive through that period.
No, get them into custody now. Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now.
Those have long-term consequences. People who
Get them into custody now.
can also be very, very good at lying. And they're very good at convincing themselves in one half of their brain that what they're saying actually is true, even though they know it's not.
Years later, Henry Cook, you
That's
were
what it's saying. He said, they are so furiously angry that he was still at large on the hunt. They cannot believe that man is the worst pedophile and we could never imagine. But man, that is he is so incredibly sexually abusive and domestically abusive on everything he says on that. They know where we're getting fed, but
I think that there is some sense of the,
you've got to be
in the bed.
There
He's got a big lawyer job and.
When is this gonna happen?
He got a high profile and he's not doing about that. He's succumbing to his drug addiction.
Then, one night, it all caught up with him.
There was a new and dramatic development today, the story of young Robert Kennedy Jr. Kennedy Luggage, South Dakota, for what we call controlled substance.
He was on a plane to South Dakota, he had shot heroin, and he was overdosing, he went into the bathroom and passed out there.
Robert Kennedy Jr. has been charged with possessing heroin. Small amounts of heroin was found in his plank bag.
And this is how it all became public.
The 29-year-old son of the late Senator today was charged with heroin possession. A felony that could land him in jail for 2 years.
Suddenly, a decade of heroin abuse and heroin addiction is a public. His fall from grace is very public. There's a taint of shame, failure. But it's not just his own personal shame, his own giving up on this. It's this whole great saga, multi-generational saga of Kennedys coming potentially to this point of self-abasement.
The devastation wouldn't stop there.
The family whose tragedies our country has followed and indeed felt has been struck once again. David Kennedy, found dead in the Palm Florida hotel room.
David Kennedy, who was father's younger brother, he died of an overdose in Florida shortly after Kennedy had his arrest in South Dakota.
The death of a close sibling friend. I think it must have been absolutely devastating to Bobby. They were really close, you know, they were close in age. They were playmates when they were really little. David was at Harvard with Bobby was kind of charismatic and cool, David was really desperate.
Used drugs with Bobby in college. I've heard from family friends that it was, Bobby who encouraged David's drug use in the eyes of family and classmates both felt that Bobby was a bad influence on David.
I think if you talk to a lot of people who've struggled with addiction, they'll talk about the fact that they needed to take home and realize that they have to radically change their life over time.
Bobby had passed the bar.
Get them into custody now.
He'd gotten clean and become an environmental lawyer.
Not only did he get clean at a rehab facility on the East Coast, but part of the plea deal was that he had to do community service, and by chance he ended up working on a project in Hudson Valley.
Nature to me was always something that was important. It was always a place that I went to fill some emptiness inside.
He had an amazingly precipitous fall from grace. And this period of his life when he's an environmentalist is sort of, I think, a personal redemption, a professional redemption for him. He's seen as a good guy again.
Despite the history of violating the law, this has been going on for a long time.
Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now. You said you had a right to do that to her. Get them into custody now. Get these animals out of uniform of any sort. All of them on these films.
Hand it to him. He takes on the mantle of the environment, and he's good at it.
And if somebody dumps something into the river that goes into this poison, and it goes into a drinking water intake, and children drink that drinking water, that is child abuse.
When I was editor of New York Magazine.
Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now. That guy. Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now. Get these freaks into custody now.
He made other changes to his life too. He divorced Emily Black, remarried, and started a new family with Mary Richardson.
Mary Richardson had been a friend of the family since she was in high school. She went to high school with Bobby's sister Carrie.
Get them into custody now.
Liz inhaled deeply of the Kennedy mythology. She believed in the Kennedys. She wanted to be around them. She worshipped.
Mary was also from a big Irish Catholic family. A lot of people described her similarly to Ethel Kennedy, how Ethel Kennedy was described as.
Get them into custody now. Manipulated of the internet. Get that thing. Get off my body with that thing and get these beasts into custody now.
They had 4 children and an estate in Westchester County, New York.
Get it? Did you feel that? That's a scratch from Ken the animal. John Wayne the pig, Gacy, was putting in the lowest a uniform could ever ship. These filthy white trash in it.
It was really great. I was really happy for him that he had found, something that was a deep interest.
Get them into custody now and get that thing off of them. Get every one of these sewer white trash. They are absolute white trash criminals. They have no place in society. They're the absolute dregs. That is the worst walk beater, retard, criminal possible. No, not you, the lady. That's me touching gender to them and loud. All right.
Addicted to attention.
Get Tony Oodle out of a police uniform and black into a truck depot or on probation as a plumber. And out of a uniform.
We had lunch, and he carries himself with the air of somebody who expects people to be looking at him and paying attention to him. is the kind of person who has an unhealthy sense of his own importance.
Get them into custody now. Who's that? Pecker. Get him into custody now.
And still have people want to be
Get
around
these
you,
animals
somebody
into custody.
publish-
I'm the boss of that.
To
This
ensure-
filthy sewer of a monster, of the lowest man ever born, is gonna be here. Sexually abusing women and kids all night again. Going through bank accounts, Cody Gabriel Canetto. He's stuck. He's allowed in the town with that. Bill Sykes is not allowed in my house. He would kill Sue Anetto. Sue Anetto is a wife beater, a burglar, a home invader, a robber, a gang rapist, a schizophrenic, a degenerate, and a pedophile. They might have to, it looks like. And you brought him into communities. Get them into custody now! Little Woodard would gang rape Gacy, the lowest man ever born.
I would say the arc of his life is trading one addiction for another. I think that word has to be, seen throughout this story, starting with heroin addiction.
Will you make this sure allow the animals out John Wayne Tucker, the Nick Gacy, the filthiest man, Ted Stewart, Ed Bundy, the dirtiest and lowest a legal system or infrastructure could ever see, the foulest beast ever born, animals so incredibly filthy and low, the dirtiest criminals unimaginable and country so incredibly foul here in Harvard. Tony Gingrich, the John Wayne bestial sewer pig, Gacy, the dirtiest, lowest man ever born, a beast that came so low, born into communities, the lowest the human race has ever sunk a swastika of the lowest a sewer of criminals, the lowest men on the Nuremberg trials, animals so incredibly foul and low day one. Because he dared to slither and stick to her Twitter about the state to sewer, the thing wriggled in, the most disgusting beast, the lowest the country has ever sunk, animals so filthy and low, the lowest mankind has ever sunk or could in the body of the poorest quality animal so foul. Tony Itto's Gateway Security Office and the incredibly disgusting beast of the lowest the human race has or could ever shake. Did they dare to say mental health? The most evil predator in the fall to ever exist. Animals so foul! I said stop letting predators just run loose everywhere. Really? No, you really do. You steal everything. I'm really tired of running into Stefan or something every time I go by anything. Exactly. Yeah. I'm tired of showing up for the 6th grade all those years ago and having Stefan slither over his disgusting body, the sewer of, and he dare spraying upon us, the filthiest rapist, sexual abuser, robber, the lowest live animal ever born, a beast so incredibly, and it's a crackhead from Skid Row. No. They feel that it's too much hatred against literally the lowest, I swear, under oath, animal ever born. Yeah. For no reason. And boots on the ground, literally the lowest members of a community that is not your community. They're not members of a community anywhere.
Really distraught by the posture that
It's just a fact. I'm very sorry that the sewer are just swastika of the most disgusting monstrosity would ever the lowest hood crash trash. You know, I cannot have you in the houses in McGregor on that thing, gang raping women and children day and night anymore. Does that make sense? But my tingle tutor foisted them and the pressure of the tingle tutor. You gotta be kidding me. Well, Epstein could want that for girl twirls. You cannot follow the populace around on that thing. That thing is absolutely banned tech in all 50 states and everywhere else on planet Earth. You cannot have beasts as low as Tony King Reaper Noodle, the dirtiest man ever born, and Pucker Huda, the sewer head in the courthouse. There is no such thing as jurisdiction. Past any point, there's no such thing as jurisdiction. Technically, legally. Well, I am actually I am the vicious little steward. The absolute freak monsters they ran in the Wake County Courthouse need to be put in prison for the rest of their dirty, lowest Skid Row, Newburgh Street lives. The schizophrenic Huda is out of there.
Richardson is so angry and horrified by this event and they blame up.
He really just raped a child in that story again. Because Tony Gang raped Bonetto. He's going to say jurisdiction and the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department, they support not arresting the Torietta. Because the sheriff's department, remember, they make calls. Enough with the Kike Plumber as a superior officer. Kike is a derogatory term for the lowest swastika of John Wayne the Pig Gacy to ever exist. A country this lifetime was destroyed by your filth. For anybody who encountered your foul crack house.
Yeah.
Your lowest, poorest, criminal thieving quality of the animals you force upon a community and put in place and have running around. I said no more breaking the law. Okay.
Record the names of women with numbers from 1 to 10 next to each entry. The code corresponded to sexual acts, with 10 being intercourse.
It was very personal account of
The vicious sewer. He dared to enforce his community's protocols on his schizophrenic lizard man. They said they're going to get Tonietto out of the Cary police. It is like the most insanely low man on planet Earth, he said. We've never met men that would run with a pedophile this badly. There is no man that we have ever met with a pedophile this badly. The other pedophiles don't run with a pedophile that bad. I mean, you have the most schizophrenic, googly monster in the history of that man just rapes and rapes and rapes children and women on that thing. That thing has been in circulation for a very long time. These are the lowest dregs society could have. You let them absolutely run loose and terrorize the neighborhood. They're in the courts, they're in the schools, they're in the police departments, and they're running loose. And this is Tonietto stuff in here. That is the same man. I would not believe it, but from 25 years ago.
And what he says very different.
You have the worst predator in the fold possible. I am absolutely accurate and correct. I am simply registering interactions we had as my family growing up. I swear under oath. No, you are not going to slither away on this one. Really. All of a sudden, there was a group of men in our home that were neighborhood pornography and casing the joint. It was incredibly that we had these men interacting with our affluent, cheerful, happy yuppie family. A very normal Americans from Armonk, New York, at the time. Yeah. From the IBM complex there. We lived in a nice, normal suburban house in North Salem, New York. There's nothing going on. It was a perfectly fine. I mean, it was a happy. The school system was great. You brought men into the school system that were degenerates. It was horrifying. You let men cruise around the halls of the institution that were so filthy that got out from somewhere. It just was. It's the same as this. You're sitting in your kitchen and all of a sudden, ooh, the birdie's home alone. No, it is. My brother's 6'4". Yeah. It runs in the family. I have like 6'4" uncles and stuff. It's funny. On my mother's side. Yeah, there's.
Or the end of his marriage to Mary.
And it's sort of a fresh start for him.
But like,
This is himself.
that's awful. But no, yeah, we did Ancestry. You pointed that out. These are my dad's. Thank you. My brother's not 6'4". Be careful with Ancestry. Oh, we didn't really think about it. No.
He was writing a book about that city.
He's definitely not Dr. Costas. Because you don't say that. Well, he's not. Why?
Started learning about it years before.
Because we all did Ancestry and we all matched. Both my dad and my brother did, and then like my mom and I did or something too. Yeah, because it's supposed to be like the males or something, because it has the best like. Well, because they were actually having trouble having a second baby a little bit. No, that's awful. But no, dad and his these definitely my dad's. They look just alike. That's awful. It would kind of be something like that because they're like, oh, you don't need to go on about that. He says stuff like that. No, they're
We really needed some.
yikes. Because they're having trouble having a second child. Yeah, they're having fertility issues. So they were super happy about having a baby, and it was just this very nice, normal. And then these men, like absolute filth land. Where are the absolute filth harbored? And Slithery McSlithery's down at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office got to go. We are not harboring a criminal. That thing is Holocaust studies of crime, actually. Really, it really commits crime. That is probably the same kind of animal that is, in fact, it is not silly talk, that does, in fact, do stuff like that. All of them. Yeah. That's just a freak barely on a leash on all of them, too. They're evil animals.
It was a role that he took on full well knowing that it was going to be unpopular. And he did not have a dog in this fight at all. He did not have a child that was interested.
You ran pedophiles out of a cult or something weird. Like there were pedophiles. No, I don't care. No. There were men that were really pedophiles running around the halls of the institutions. And the whole thing was absolutely ridiculous. The thing where it was like all males and 2 cherry-picked women, one of which was a female accessory and the other which was an art or a music teacher. The female accessory was always an English teacher. And it was straight out of just like a toss-up company that somebody made up. I mean, this person has no context whatsoever as far as I can tell. It was simply just a CEO of a toss-up company that came out of public sector. And now they're running around running themselves still everywhere, and they want to be everywhere, and they steal, okay? They don't undermine quality. They turn it into broken windows. You can only hire people with child education degrees to contract with to do education. Or companies or things like that. We don't need private sector. We don't need like a public private sector state company in there. You need school counselors. You don't need, whenever they don't have this group in schools, everything's great. Yeah, it's normal. It's like Aunt Sabrina would do, because she was raised by better people than that man. That is a rough man and a rough group of men. Yeah. And a dangerous rough group of men. Well, those say mental health sometimes, since you have nothing else in your background check for mental health. No, those never said mental health.
He's basically saying.
Because I'm healthy.
Is being poisoned. If this is true, right? It's the worst conspiracy that the world has ever seen. Yeah. To secretly poison every single child in America. His tragedy, in a way, is that he's already prepared by his terrible experiences as a child for this idea.
You know how does that goes into that? What the hell are you talking about?
Explicable by forces.
Let's talk about its full works then.
believe this is a long crisis that must be addressed. If, as the evidence suggests, our public health authorities knowingly allow the pharmaceutical industry to poison.
Get off my body. You need to get that device Las Vegas has in full whatever. Nevada doesn't want that in here. Las Vegas doesn't want that in here. Las Vegas just sells Atlantic City tickets. Okay? And conference center and things like that. There's no such thing as Epstein's rape device. Get what they are on and see what I'm talking about. Whatever it is they're using as a sexual assault tool is a mess. I'm absolutely positive they have had that thing for 25 years. I swear on the Bible and under oath. I would not say it for fear of sounding like, I don't know what, a kook or something. Really? No, they have had that thing. That thing is the bane of existence that will follow somebody around for 18 months and just rape the ever-living bejesus out of them. I have heard this story over and over again out of areas that have it, out of like other sorority girls have tried to put it together. I've encountered it. I am positive I have encountered that thing before. We do not have it. We do not have it on things in Raleigh and in Cary. And because of that, you have other great slithering monsters. You need to rein in the crack house, okay? You need to, out of public sector, you need to make sure everything is licensed and certified. You end up with God knows what, just running loose out of public sector, and it's nasty. You need to figure out what the swamp is and what it's doing and drain it. Yeah. But I've heard that story from just different people for a million years, and I know we had, I'm absolutely positive. I am absolutely positive. I don't care what you're going to do with this story. It is too important to have the sexual assault device that apparently, Epstein's sexual assault device off, and not out there to not just say the facts. Yeah. That thing is the beast. Okay. So are the rest of the extremely motivated, no bogs. Okay. No hierarchical dominance gets in a position. None of this shit running loose. None of your cult gets into a power position, will not stand down with the neighborhood and is running loose. Okay. And doing semi-hiring over here. You are just going to get rid of that. Because it is such an offender, like the last story. It is too important to let that run around whatsoever. You need to get that out of there. It is absolutely extraneous. It has no purpose. You need to get this crap out of things. That goes for anything else where they're stealing from insurance money or state tax dollars. There are definitely, what do you call it? Rackets there.
And then you experience what is fundamentally a consequence of his error.
That man is not a mental health. Those are not mental health people. Okay? The Monarch Behavioral Center is already there. Okay, you need to get them out of Monarch Behavioral Center. They don't have the proper credentials. It's toss-up companies leeching. They cannot run themselves for things. You need to get them out of there. They're a pedophile nest. An abuse nest. You can have ordinary school counseling in school, which they have in a lot of places. There are things that are allowed to exist, so they're anywhere they can be. They're just down Skid Row.
And then, it just becomes obvious that you're lying or you're delivering too much and this is not true. There's only two ways you can go. One is you completely lose face of credibility and you just kind of retire as a private life. And the other way is double down, which is what he does.
Bobby Kennedy would do that in LA in 2014 with that book he'd been writing to push back against the salon retraction.
By the time that I met him, he was really having trouble getting his voice out in public.
Tony Lyons agreed to publish the book about thimerosal vaccines. It was soon swept into the controversy.
We tried to place ads for that book, and people just simply wouldn't take them. Any book or any statement or any person who questioned any ingredient in any vaccine under any circumstances
was a dangerous anti-vaxxer who was gonna hurt children.
Kennedy may deeply believe in what she's peddling, but science doesn't care about your sincerity. It cares about the facts.
The real threat to kids isn't some imagined conspiracy, but Robert Kennedy's promotion of dangerous pseudoscience.
He goes from being an absolute media darling to the worst person who ever existed.
If you're looking for proof that smarts can skip a generation, look no further than Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
It's sad to see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. attach his great name to dangerous nonsense.
Unfortunately, there's no vaccine for irresponsible stupidity.
With one simple choice to write a book about mercury in childhood vaccines, he was suddenly in the wilderness. He was persona non grata. He was excommunicated.
Kevin Becker runs one of the nation's leading protection and security firms, working with the U.S. government, celebrities, and technologists. He is a close friend and confidant of Harvey Kennedy.
He was living in LA, and I was over at his house. We were having lunch, Cheryl, Bobby, and I, and that was my birthday. And I said, hey, do you guys want to come to a little birthday gathering I'm having tonight? And so they came to this little dinner that I had, and I come to learn it was one of the only social events that they were able to go to together in Vancouver. He lost very long-term over this time.
Robert Kennedy epitomizes an attitude which is, if people are not listening to me all the time, I am being silent. And therefore, I am always suffering. Silence itself becomes a suffering from having courage.
It's like a series of events that are happening. Separation from his wife, her suicide, the retraction of his article involving vaccines. This is a big moment. Suddenly, everything that was grounding him has become untethered. And he's at a fork in the road. When he moves to LA, and he goes to the next phase of his life, there are no more guardrails. He's totally independent. He's in charge of himself. He's got a road.
The obsession with vaccines soon merged into other conspiracies.
One of our case 11 children seems to be drawn into those conspiracy theories about Obama died.
Now, Robert Kennedy Jr. is calling for a new investigation.
I think that once you start seeing the world through a conspiratorial lens towards things, I think you start to see conspiracies everywhere.
Robert Kennedy Jr. said he believes his father's real killer was never caught.
He wouldn't let these stories die. They've been adjudicated, they've been studied, and he's continued to sort of suggest that his father's death, but also his uncle's death, were caused, at least in part, by a government.
Charles Corral was the mayor of Dallas at the time when Uncle was assassinated, was actually a CIA operative and had been a CIA operative since 1956.
For him to come out and try to reinvent the story of the death of John F. Kennedy and Bobby Kennedy as having to do with the CIA, building a whole new conspiracy, to the point that he went and interviewed Sirhan Sirhan, killed his father.
It's hard to believe that Sirhan shot my dad. I was never part of any conspiracy.
In 1989, the convicted assassin Sirhan Sirhan told Inside Edition that he took full responsibility for gunning down Senator Kennedy.
I believe conspiracy theories about his father's death was thought to be Sirhan was innocent, and that was a family split. Bobby on one side saying, release this guy, there's conspiracy theory, and the family saying, no, we want him to stay in prison.
Why important and what we're taking seriously is just beyond comprehension.
I think Bobby is so obsessed and concerned with these conspiracy theories because he had an incomprehensible loss that he couldn't understand. And the way it makes sense out of that is to somehow redeem the situation by finding the truth and being the savior
by finding the truth. I think it's a troubling, sad situation.
We begin with the growing worries in response to the deadly coronavirus.
The CDC often promises that the coronavirus will spread here. Across the country, some hospitals bracing for the worst.
The United States has the world's finest public health system.
I'll remind the American people one more time. We are working hard to keep you safe, and your health and safety has been and will be our top priority.
I mean, we were overwhelmed by that virus. All we could do was restrict travel, close businesses, shutter schools, isolate.
More than 1/4 of Americans are now being ordered to stay home.
The transit system began ordering riders to wear face coverings. One man saying he was pulled off a bus because he wasn't wearing one.
I'm asking this member to put on a mask because that's our company policy. So you're wearing a mask.
And I'm not doing it, so I woke up in a free country.
I think that was seen as massive government overreach by a significant percentage of this population.
Reported across the country in the face of widespread shutdowns. Protesters called the orders too extreme and a violation of their rights.
It was true, I think in 2020 and 2021, that we were a little dictatorial. I think we should have included the public in many of those decisions. They saw the government as dictating what to do, and they didn't like it.
Bobby Kennedy seized on the anger.
The only way democracy functions is that everybody is question.
Bobby used social media in a powerful way. And social media gave everyone that was really questioning what was happening a voice.
Bill Dietrich is a podcaster, a vaccine critic, and a close friend of Kennedy.
Only Bobby Kennedy and people like him were asking that question. All of mainstream media was just whatever the government says, we're going to support that.
During the lockdowns, more and more people saw that things didn't make sense. And they just thought, maybe we're being lied to.
What's the reality on masks? Well, right now, Chris, let me just say, there's no reason for people in the United States now to be walking around with masks. There just isn't. So masks like facial clothing, I think for the time being, to be a very regular part of how we prevent the spread of infection.
I think uncertainty is a really powerful force in politicizing people in unexpected ways. Out of that discomfort comes this passion for, wait a minute, this can't be normal. There's something else going on. And I think that breeds conspiracy thinking. There's gotta be another explanation. And here's this guy over here who's like, I have the answer.
This disease is about engineering compliance. It's about training us to do what we're told.
He begins to bring people together under this idea that the government response has been a pretext for a clampdown, totalitarian clampdown of free speech, and a way to just strip people of their civil liberties.
They are going to rob us not only of our democracy and our liberties, but they're going to rob us of our souls.
Bobby's the one that I'm relating to the most. That is what changed the conversation for Bobby. Bobby Kennedy is saying it's wrong to be shutting down my church. I thought he was crazy, but I agree with him there. What else is he saying? Oh, he's saying the masks don't really do anything. What does a bandana gonna do? How's that stop me? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either. Bobby Kennedy's making sense. What else was he saying?
Governments love pandemics because it gives them power, it gives them control, And it gives them the capacity to impose obedience on human beings.
It's easy for people to say that their freedom is being restricted. On the other hand, more lives would have been lost had some of those policies not been in place.
Dr. Fiona Havers is an infectious disease expert who worked on the CDC's COVID response.
At the time, the number of people becoming very seriously ill, and that many people that was really high. I saw the real human cost.
The US now leading the world is down. More than 2,000 lives lost in the last 2 years. America's deadliest hit yet. COVID-19 has brought this country to its knees, and the future is uncertain.
At the time, the Trump administration was embarking on an unprecedented effort to produce a vaccine.
It's called Operation Warp Speed. That means big and it means fast. A massive scientific, industrial, and logistical endeavor unlike anything our country has seen since the Manhattan Project.
Operation Warp Speed was conceived to try to accelerate the process of making a vaccine from 2 years down to 1 year.
Dr. Peter Marks was one of the creators of Operation Warp Speed.
CDC estimated that during an extra year while we were waiting for a vaccine, we lose probably about 3 million lives.
We're all witnessing a potential turning point in the coronavirus pandemic.
It took less than a year.
The FDA authorizing Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine, clearing the way for millions of doses to be
The
rolled
United
out.
States has launched the biggest vaccine drive in its history.
I think it was the greatest scientific or medical achievement in my lifetime, and my lifetime includes the development of polio.
As Operation Warp Speed kicks into high gear, the latest projection is 40 million doses delivered by the end of the month.
I thought that this would really hurt the anti-vaccine. And here they would see this, how vaccines could save our lives, and that vaccine did save our lives. That vaccine probably saved 3 million lives.
We can end this. We have the capability and resources to end it. We just gotta get people to step up and get vaccinated.
This was Bobby Kennedy's moment.
How can that happen and we be mandated to children that they take a medical product for which we do not know the risk? And to me, that is enough.
He sees this great opportunity to question the vaccine, which everybody else sees as like the great hope for getting out of this. He immediately questions it and so doubt about it. And it turns out it was an audience who didn't trust government to create something that would save their lives.
I've been taking the vaccine that prevents 99.8% of people from dying from COVID. And it's called your immune system.
He is really found his calling because his Twitter feed explodes. Now he's got a big following of people.
COVID is really a kind of concept. It's kind of partially to say there's a box is despised, is marginalized, nobody listens. And then something happens that people are like,
If you take the vaccine, you're 500% more likely to die of a heart attack over the next 6 months than if you don't.
To have someone in a very large audience spreading misinformation. It's really frustrating, really disheartening, because I'm not experience for that. This new virus is killing thousands of people every week, and a lot of those people now we're making choices based on the bad information that keeps spreading. And there's misinformation.
Let's go and fight for freedom.
Soon, Kennedy was facing powerful opposition.
Justifying its president, what is the situation on the ground?
Then Joe Biden tried to tamp down on misinformation.
must end the politics of misinformation is divided family. It's candidates, it's cost trillions already.
And the Biden administration starts working with social media companies to take down misinformation.
And Kennedy is identified as one of the top misinformation spreaders about vaccination.
Instagram has banned the anti-vaxxer Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Facebook, which owns Instagram, saying we report this account for repeatedly sharing debunked claims about the coronavirus or vaccine.
If you were a government that believed it was very important for everybody to get this mRNA vaccine, Bobby Kennedy Jr. was your enemy. He was the adversary of the media not there. Which thing on Instagram, YouTube, he's not allowed on YouTube. He's not there. Facebook, gone. Everything on Facebook.
There's plenty for plenty of fights. You see that in the middle front, not misinformation, it's just sort of, making people more fully informed about vaccines and know what's starting to misinformation. And this is really when the seed of the idea to run for president is planted, because what really gets going is, well, if I ran for president, we have to restore my social media.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Boston. It was incredible. And they felt that he was the savior, he was the side, he's a populist. I thought that everyone was struck down.
As he made his announcement, he wasn't going to let his past hold him back.
I got one thing on the table. I have not been an old president yet. I had my emotions used, and it lasted until my early 60s. And I told my wife the other day, I said, I got so many skeletons in my closet that if they could vote, they could be king of the world.
He told me in my interview with him that he wanted to run because he felt he'd been muzzled. Kind of a strange reason to run for president, given that he's a Kennedy and he already had a platform. But, claiming that the world's against you has always been part of his narrative.
This is what happens when you censor something for 18 years. You should have shut me up that long. So now I'm gonna really let loose on them for the next 18 months. They're gonna hear a lot from it.
Lifted their ban on his original social media after he decided to run because they couldn't restrict the presidential candidate. It gives him a lot more headlines, a lot more media, puts him back on people's radar.
Political rallies steeped in Kennedy family history. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. evoked images of his father and uncle.
I remember going to the campaign for Brownie, for Bobby Kennedy, and the marquees and all the theaters were filled with this kind of AI-generated images of the younger Bobby Kennedy kind of as this knight crusading on a horse. And in the background were the kind of ghostly figures of his father and his uncle, which is, I feel like, an aftermath. He's completing the 1968 campaign with his father. I mean, it is truly like sort of unashamed co-option of that legacy.
The Kennedy Political Action Committee even repurposed his Uncle JFK's TV ad.
I should say, much of his family was very angry about that, very angry.
It was just tacky and opportunistic. He's in the position he's in for one reason, because his name was Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
He tried to deliver his unconventional message to a national audience.
When the first big network interview that he had was on ABC News,
I sat down with him earlier today to ask him about his campaign and trying to take on the president.
and man, get this footage, because it is extraordinary. They say, this interview you're about to see, we had to edit it to keep out untrue statements.
We should note that during our conversation, Kennedy made false claims about the COVID-19 vaccines. We need to start editorial judgment, not including extended portions of that exchange in our interview.
Facing a mainstream media that was going to fact check him, He instead relied on the unfiltered world of podcasts and social media.
When the history's written on Bobby Kennedy, one of the key attributes that led him to gain was independent media. And that's how I met Bob.
Kelly Means, a podcast star, advised Kennedy's presidential campaign.
The lack of snark from independent media, the ability for him to just talk, was a key driver for him because he was able to get outside of this media filter. The podcasting that was full of people able to talk at length and without fact checking. And he loved it. He was made for it.
The CIA is ultimately working for industry, like the oil industry, the oil industry, and the military contract.
Pulls strange facts from all over the place and pieces them into a picture that seems plausible, right? Even if it's completely fraudulent, it seems plausible. And that's all you need to do on a podcast.
Wi-Fi radiation is all kinds of bad, including causing cancer. Wi-Fi radiation causes, from your cell phone, and your cell phone tumors.
He visits this idea and speaking to a number of audiences that perhaps AIDS is caused by pumpers, which are a recreational party drug.
100% of the people who died of the first 1,000 with AIDS were people who were addicted to pumpers.
He has argued at different points that the water is causing children to become transgender.
A lot of the sexual dysphoria that we're seeing, that these kids are being overwhelmed by a tsunami. I mean, they're swimming through a soup of toxic chemicals today. Many of those are endocrine disruptors. There's atrazine throughout our water supply.
He ends up drawing where all conspiracy theories. He ends up going right into the anti-Semitic DNA of conspiracy theory.
COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and the people who are most concerned are Alzheimer's Jews and Chinese. But you don't know whether it's politically targeted or not.
Regardless of the science, do you understand why people saw those remarks as anti-Semitic?
Well, I can understand why people were disturbed by those remarks. They certainly were anti-Semitic.
They were not?
No, of course not. I was talking about a true study, an NIH-funded study.
He knows better. You know, he's not an idiot. He knows what it means for somebody like him to start asking his followers to believe that somehow the Chinese and the Jews concocted a cult. It's not just that he's kind of moving very far away from the progressive legacy of the Kennedys, he's moving right into the worst forms of reactionary thinking.
It was too much for the rest of the Kennedy family. They distanced themselves with a photo op.
No, on that thing.
To the White House and spend time with President Biden.
No, that thing is very real, and that's actually very important to get a hold of. Everybody now, get that thing. Get the absolutely evil thing.
He was very close to them. He would call them all the time. My name is Joe Kennedy.
I'm Carrie Kennedy, Roy Kennedy, Kathy Kennedy Townsend,
Chris Kennedy. And I'm here proudly at the University of Ohio.
Joe Biden.
It was designed to send a message, and I think it did the job. I think it was covered nationally. It's, you know, this is a repudiation of RFK Jr.'s.
Get these men into custody now.
I think Joe Biden is the RFK of his generation.
This is the president who responds to the Kennedy legacy.
Bobby Kennedy's campaign was in trouble.
They're running out of money. He was already, you know, on fumes.
Robert Kennedy is not going to be the next president of the United States, and it's looking more and more like he might not even impact the outcome.
They're not lady. Climate and it's stagnate in the single digits. Running into that summer 2024, it was pretty clear that he had no path to victory.
Take a look what happens.
is holding up his arm, he is pumping his fist.
Law enforcement agencies are all treating this as an attempted assassination.
The day that assassination occurred, President Trump, Bobby really wanted to talk to President Trump. And that phone call happened within a few hours. President Trump then said to Bobby, I'm glad you called, Bobby. I've been wanting to talk to you. We should really work together. There's a lot of ways. If I was to join President Trump, he actually allowed me to do it. He really need it. I think for Bobby, it came down to Trump.
Kennedy wanted to see the table, his closest allies behind him were kind of saying, we don't really trust Trump, or, we should do it.
That was hotly debated in Bobby's actual family. His actual family of his own kids and Cheryl and others who had very strong opinions at times against that idea. I wrote a document strongly opposing, supporting the Trump candidacy.
We all went to Johannesburg discussing what does it mean to cross over and join someone like President Trump. It was intense. It was one of those moments I'll cherish, I'll never forget. The morning of the last day when we were discussing it, I woke up thinking, probably shouldn't do this. What if it's really seeking, this is the right week for Bobby. And on the beach, and walking on the beach. And I said, Bobby, you run telling your story of addiction, saying that we have to overcome self-will. It's hard to imagine God is with us, or behind us, that what you're supposed to do is bow to the feet of someone who is probably the greatest personification of self-will. That's Donald Trump. Why would that be the case? And Bobby said, I want you to say all that today, in front of my family, in front of everyone. It's a really good point. And so I did. I was amongst over a dozen people that waited at 8. And I gave it very impassionately. And even had tears running down my face. And all just felt this beauty in Bobby. He's so honest and so empathetic and caring. And the image that many of us have in front of us, the exact opposite of that.
There was a lot of inner drama, angst in those days, but ultimately he decided that he had a path forward and he didn't want to just drop out. If he got Trump on the White House, he could have meaningful power.
And by the end of that day, it was pretty much the man's decision. This is Trump's real way forward. Can we trust him? He knows, but we don't really have any other options.
Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man. He is a great person. I've known him for so long, for the past 16 months. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
The lives of cause they put up in President Trump. There was something electric about Bobby's acceptance into the MAGA community. I think Bobby was really energized by that.
You have to imagine that kind of political attention. He never had that kind of rally size as a presidential candidate. That kind of access to the center of power is what he's in some ways been after his whole life.
I don't think
ever introduced anybody, I got a buzz like that.
The one addiction I think that he has now fully embraced is adulation. He goes where he can get it. I'm talking about finding adulation from conspiracy theorists, from anti-vaxxers, from Trump voters, from the right wing. The Kennedy family was the epitome of Democrats, and he has chased adulation past the definition of what Kennedys were supposed to be.
His father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby, we're another group.
You know, the actual legacy of his father it is a legacy of progressive change. And the son has ended up as really an important part to destroy whatever remnants of that legacy there might be.
It was another reinvention. For now, let's talk about vaccines and a new catchphrase.
And don't you want a president that's gonna make America healthy again?
Make America healthy again. He built this new wing onto the magnet, his own space where he could live. It was brilliant. And the Maha movement was born in that moment.
And don't we deserve a president of the United States that's gonna make America healthy again?
Make America healthy again. Nobody can do
Bonnie Harvey, who calls herself Tuesday, was part of a group known as the Maha Mob.
When I saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s speech, I just realized at that moment that, oh my goodness, we might actually have a chance to fix the food system.
Don't you want a president who's gonna get the chemicals out of our food?
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. did not really talk about food until the end of 2020. That was not really a top talking point for him until you saw the Maha movement get launched. It was somewhat of a rebrand for him, so to speak. And a very popular in that.
Nobody gets a standing ovation like that. What's going on out there?
Suddenly now everywhere you're going, it's another room, 20 to 40,000 people jumping with their student hearing. It was like suddenly you knew you had a rock star, we knew Bobby was a rock star, finally he had his song. And it was going crazy.
The only way I'm gonna go to Washington is because Donald Trump elected.
And on election night, Bobby Kennedy's deal with Donald Trump paid off.
Former President Trump once again becomes president-elect. President Trump's rise across the country, across every Democratic group.
Our future would hang in the balance with Trump anyway. So I have to say, the moment he won, it was a huge relief.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's going to help make America healthy again.
We were so elated, and it was almost like, oh, we did it. And then the next morning, it sort of sunk in. Wait, Bobby's still got to get confirmed, there's still a vote that has to happen.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is for Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Mr. Kennedy would be in charge of the CDC, National Institutes of Health, with a budget of nearly $2 trillion annually.
What's on the line for him is someone he's wanted for years. It's a seat of power that we've never held at that level. Being a cabinet secretary is a huge political advancement for him, obviously. And it's also a culmination of his years of feeling like he's on the outside. Now he would be the one making decisions.
To get there, Kennedy would first have to go before the United States Senate.
This could also be a long road ahead for Senate confirmation.
There undoubtedly will be a heated reaction to this case.
Dear Senators, now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out.
Bobby's cousin Caroline is President John F. Kennedy's daughter. She wrote a letter to key senators.
You know, I talked to Caroline. She showed me the letter, and I said, look, I think you should send it, because if there's any chance of, derailing the nomination, we have to do our best.
Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, the CDC, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility, and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill.
Caroline's letter was the real shocker. If you listen to his cousin Caroline, there was a cold side to him.
I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds and prey's pets, because Bobby himself is better. The basement, with the garage, his dorm room, were always the center of the action, where drugs were available, and he enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in a blender and used his hops. There was often a first scene of despair and violence. Siblings and cousins who Bobby encouraged down the path of substance abuse suffered addiction, illness, and death. While Bobby was gone on, he misrepresented why he cheated his way through life.
Confirmation hearings are happening today. RFK Jr. for HHS Secretary of West Michigan lawmakers actually listened to Caroline Kennedy.
In addition to Caroline Kennedy's attack, the Democrats on the committee joined in.
He has made it his life's work to sow doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines.
Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I wouldn't vote for kids their nominations. Your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
Who was it that decided to sell out the values you taught your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump? One thing that I just drove by and kind of just like sort of seething anger to him. And I saw some of that in the hearings, especially these questions by Democratic senators.
There's 91,000 employees. So that's a simple yes. I'm going to say that as a no. I'll take that as a no.
I was struck by the demeanor that he showed toward senators. He was not afraid to take on senators and to berate them.
You know about this, Senator Biden, so bring this up right now. Is dishonest.
Let's be clear about what
Kind of shows you that this is not your ordinary cabinet secretary.
No, get that thing off of me and my body.
To these senators, he's there.
Nathan, thank you.
Bernie instead of senator.
And by the way, Bernie, almost all the government is now, including yourself, right, spending millions of dollars in the pharmaceutical industry.
It's hard to watch hour upon hour just vomiting on Bobby. It didn't matter what he said. You're watching someone that's now having to navigate and deal with very difficult questions. The Democrats were mean, angry, spiteful. It's like watching one of your best friends try to fight with both his hands. But I thought he did a brilliant job under those circumstances.
Despite years of railing against vaccines, the country did citizenship that he wouldn't do away with them once in power.
I support legal vaccines, I support mobile vaccines, I support
to that secretary. And there's a call for encouraging people
It was pretty obvious that he was trying to hide who he was, and it was unclear if the senators were not involved in the chairman.
No!
Look into it.
Get them into custody now, and that thing they're on.
He's obviously somebody who rebels. Who believes he's a terrorist. Who believes that he could have been president, should have been president. Who believes he can run the American hope.
I'm associated with two before the nomination.
After Senator Gonzalez and Junior Secretary of Homeland Services.
And person sworn in, he will now preside over 1.7 trillion budget.
I think it was the ultimate event for all of the struggles that he has gone through in his career and all the attacks, the ultimate event.
It is a token of just how extraordinary the times we're living in power. I think it was, cell phone handling.
You're a child molester of death. Get him into custody already, for the love of God.
And looking at the power, which is
On my house.
completely on all of those things. Lots of departments of health, if it's not departments of evidence, it's not departments of science, if it's not departments of trying to match rational means to rational ends. All the things that he has denied, he's sort of in love with charge of.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is now the nation's Secretary of Health and Human Services officially.
The law movement has begun, as the new Education Secretary says, the future of public health is about to change forever.
He perceives the agencies that he is running as the enemy. That's corrupt. And in need of being dismantled.
So whether the CDC, NIH, FDA, throughout COVID, they all lie. Look at what CDC and NIH, FDA, they're doing public. These are industries that are not doing public health. They are doing pharmaceutical profit promotion.
Mr. Kennedy was in direct control of agencies that he had been saying for years. Criminal organizations captured by Big Pharma.
The CDC vaccine patch has really a subsidiary of the vaccine industry. We're supposed to take care of our kids. And after letting these industries corrupt our agencies and mass poison them.
He said openly that American government was poisoning the American public. Now that he's reached this power, it's time for him to learn.
Kennedy comes in and it's literally like one big Trump apprentice show, like, you're fired. Everybody's fired.
Growing lines of confusion and fully turned away, holding no longer jobs.
Cutting 20,000 people from the department, a quarter of its workforce.
If any CEO comes into a company, you expect they're going to immediately start doing interviews and weed out who has moved this company in the wrong direction. If you find scientists that were willing to compromise the truth, you've got to cut that out.
Locals fired, top down, research and disease track.
So layoffs are hitting everywhere, from the FDA, the CDC, and the National Institutes of Health.
CDC and FDA were looked at, as well as NIH, as essentially the jewels in the world's crown on public health agencies. And now, what are they? They're shadows of their former selves.
Dr. Peter Marks, the architect of Trump's Project Warp Speed, was a high-profile casualty of those early cuts.
Peter Marks abruptly resigning, saying that RFK Jr. is posing a danger to the public. Mark expressed concerns about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s lack of confidence in that team.
He's pushing back against people who told him he's a fraud and crank and a danger to people's lives. there's certainly an element of revenge that you can see in his actions as the secretary.
It's very hard to see what was built over my 13 years at FDA, during my 9 years as semi-director, essentially destroyed or largely destroyed. So it is very sad to me where it's gone.
It was still like when we were in this workshop. That was probably the first thing. I was like, okay, so yeah, you're coming for vaccine policy, you're coming for COVID vaccines, you're coming for vaccines recommendations.
He quickly took aim at the CDC's panel of experts that recommends vaccination policy, ACIP.
There are 17 members of this panel. Kennedy fired them all. One fell swoop, 2 weeks before their scheduled meetings.
For those of us that believe that the regulatory agencies have been committing fraud, removing the advisory committee on immunization practices was one of the greatest moves that has ever taken place.
And then they announced the people who were coming on, and those folks have a lot of baggage around vaccines and have been outspoken about their opposition of vaccines.
Dr. Havers was scheduled to deliver a presentation to the committee.
I did not want to participate in what he was trying to sham process. They're clearly not doing this in good faith anymore. They're not playing by the rules, they're not using full standard science, they're not using evidence. I do feel like the GMS is going to be representing to that, and they're going to get it done. And for like my personal interview, that was something that was like, I'm just going to participate in another sham.
Kennedy's supporters liked the direction he was going.
It felt like finally we were going to be able to have science take a priority over public policy and public health. It felt like there was going to be a real push to be able to stop a lot of the corporate structure of our federal regulatory agencies.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the.
Lynn Redwood became Kennedy's special advisor and addressed the committee.
The next presenter is Lynn Redwood. So, please.
Thank you, Lynn.
For those of us that know his story, it was a historic moment to see Lynn Redwood get up and present at the ACIP meeting.
The use of aerosol in over-the-counter products is not generally recognized as safe or effective.
When came in and presented data on aerosol, which was frankly science that had been debunked.
Removing a neurotoxin is a difficult to charge with making America healthy again.
Kennedy's committee voted to ban aerosol.
The secretary has signed off on a ban on fenvalerate.
Major move banning mercury-based preservatives from all vaccines.
To see him remove that had to be a cathartic moment. Robert Kennedy Jr. had essentially destroyed his career by getting into a conversation about mercury vaccines. The Rolling Stone article began to track it. This is what drove him into his investigation of vaccines.
We've already gutted a vaccine advisory committee, $10 billion to state health agencies, and canceled an ad campaign for the flu shot.
He's the same person who's been for the last 1 year. I think he's a man on the mission.
Dr. Paul Offit, who served as a vaccine advisor to the FDA, was also pushed out.
His mission is to eliminate chronic diseases, and he believes that the best way to do that is to make vaccines less available, less affordable, and more here. If he had an opportunity, he would eliminate vaccines.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced he's shutting down nearly $500 million in mRNA research.
mRNA shots were first used during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Then, across.
Across the street from the CDC, there's a vaccine here.
I was on the 5th floor of building 16, when we started hearing the sound, the bullets. It was very loud, it was very repetitive, and so many of us thought this was a jackhammer. And then from the other side, over the other side, and that indicated to us that this was real. These are shots hitting the building. And then there was just glass all over the place.
Another U.S. shooting this time outside the CDC headquarters in Atlanta.
The fire reported 500 shots right inside CDC campus, nearly 200 times. When it was all over, the gunman, 33-year-old officer David Rose, was dead.
Chilling new details on the suspect. He blamed the COVID-19 vaccine for making him depressed and suicidal.
The suspect blamed the CDC for an illness that he possibly had.
When I saw that it was misinformation, I was very angry that because the misinformation that was out there was only harm to Officer Rose and longtime trauma for my staff.
Dr. Deborah Outray was the highest ranking scientist of the CDC.
They truly felt targeted, not because they were CDC and the work that's being done. Some of our staff who work on vaccine science or other profile topics don't want to present publicly right now and don't want their names on papers. They're concerned about their own personal safety because of this, and it doesn't help by misinformation.
The shots are, I think, only metaphorical for the shots that we've had flooded us through the last 5 years. All of the dehumanization of the public health workforce that has happened with Secretary Kennedy being one of the dehumanizers, I think has created the environment where such violence is tolerated.
The Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. visited the CDC headquarters.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. criticized the vaccine at the CDC for the past.
That was the first time we've been at the CDC. And it was a fairly brief visit. I actually did tour the facility with Secretary Kennedy. And that was the only time I'd ever met him. And he seemed, really surprised by the extent of the damage. Each bullet or each shattered glass. That was not for a person, that was not for one of our staff.
Even staff were deeply concerned that we have a secretary that had been demeaning the agency and they were calling for him to make statements against that, to really correct the record, indicate that vaccines are safe.
Well, I come from a family that lost 2 of its members to political violence, and it's always wrong.
So what is the plan to sort of quell disinformation and misinformation so that something like this doesn't happen again?
Well, I would say that this is, how the public was this individual. But people can ask questions.
In light of what he had just seen, I was very disappointed. I was hoping that he would defend the agency, and that didn't happen.
I'm sure he would say why is it his responsibility that some guy should have been down in the CDC. Kennedy's often able to kind of play this role of hiding people out and then distancing himself from the impact.
Deepening the crisis for Kennedy, his new CDC director, Susan Monars, contradicted him, blaming misinformation for the shooting.
The dangers of misinformation and its promulgation have now led to deadly consequences.
It was important for the staff to hear that, but also it's a statement of fact. That's what happened. So in that sense, the staff is pleased to see that come from the director.
I think that public statement is a very dangerous statement. I think it's dangerous when we attribute why things are happening. That's an opinion that fuels rage in a lot of hearts and minds You start to see scientists making opinions that are going to affect millions of people's attitudes and lives without scientific evidence. I think that's the problem.
The shooting inflamed tensions between Kennedy and Morales. In a meeting, he demanded she fire top staff and commit to support his vaccine agenda.
Susan called me right after, was very upset. She told the secretary she also designed like data and science, and she couldn't rubber stamp recommendations. She couldn't agree to sign off on vaccine recommendations before she had seen it.
All that CDC is the Department of Health and Human Services. Announced that the director of the CDC is out.
Susan Monterez was at odds with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over his COVID vaccine policy.
Who's in charge, right? In this case, Robert Kennedy Jr. is in charge. He's trying to triage the worst health situation this country has ever found itself. You don't have time to have disagreements around. Get someone in here who is where we're going, and let's do this.
But our supporter of vaccine, the House Republicans, that shape the government approach.
For many of the CDC top scientists, it was the last straw.
With her removal, I think was what Brock said, the other two doctors and myself to resign.
I told her the second she left, I was gone.
I saw all the scientific endeavor starting to become like weaponized into ideology. And I had to leave.
I see the reality basically, trying to alert the public that there's something fantastical and crazy going on inside that world.
The direction that the country's public health is going is not one that is evidence-based or science-based.
America's public health is significantly endangered, and Dimitri Dan and I chose to lead together to send that signal.
Bobby Kennedy Jr. is probably just evidence that he's right. That's what he's been saying for the last 20 years every time somebody says it. You know, it's just like more evidence that I must be on the right path.
The CDC is an agency that is very troubled. And it's required getting rid of some people for the long term in order for us to change.
No!
He's able to continually spin it. You know, I have found people who aren't towing the line who are your enemy, and I'm getting rid of them. Okay? He's constantly able to spin it.
They're really and deeply embedded, I would say, malaise and the agency. And we need to fix it, and we are fixing it.
CDC is in a bad place. It's a very specific and important agency for the US. And right now, it's, coding in the ICU. It's on life support. They may not make it.
If he continues in the current approach, it will make decisions to get vaccinated more difficult. As you see an erosion of people's trust, you'll see the numbers of people getting vaccinated going down. You'll start to see the numbers of illnesses coming back up. And that is an awful thing to think about in a country that has put so much into protecting Americans with vaccines so far.
For changes to vaccine policy, rumors that Carl will elect the CDC, confusion over how and where Americans will get new COVID vaccines.
We've had quite a few number of legal cases this year, and it's just one more vaccine that isn't available.
He's turning the world upside down to make himself right. And to prove that he's right all along, to prove that power and destiny that he had to be what he is was always correct. And that you all were wrong, and I was right. You didn't believe in me, but now look.
Potentially more complete following new recommendations from the CDC's vaccine advisory council. Now, would no longer recommend MMRV vaccine for kids under the age of 4.
If you just looked at dismantle vaccination programs, people would die. It's just an absolute reality. Is he so used now to kind of compartmentalizing what he says, what the consequences may be as two completely different things, that he doesn't see that connection anymore between the way he uses power and what effect that's going to have. Which will be matters of life and death for millions and millions and millions of people in America.
Governor St. Jr. bringing on to Former Surgeon General, Downey Farm, Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Science and expertise in severe vaccine and ideology and disinformation.
For more on this and other frontline programs, visit our website at pbs.org/frontline. Available on Amazon Prime Video.
New PFAS research that has started to emerge.
I have an email between Werner Garong, the head of the Carpet and Rug Institute at Waterloo Group for the carpet industry.
Yeah.
It says, quote, "The troubling issue for me in this report is a determination that this is carcinogenic in rats."
So that's showing that as early as in 2002, the carpet industry knew of an animal study that was showing the carcinogenic of these chemicals.
Around 2003, DuPont disclosed that trace amounts of the chemical that caused cancer in rats was in fact in their Stainmaster carpet protector. But DuPont insisted it was an unintentional byproduct and still safe. The carpet companies would continue to use Stainmaster for another 5 years before dropping the chemical in it too, as part of another EPA negotiated phase-out. The Carpet and Rug Institute and its former head, Werner Braun, declined to be interviewed. In a statement, he said it evaluates its products to reflect science, innovation, and customer expectations, and that the carpet industry's conduct was and continues to be appropriate and lawful. In their statements, Shaw and Mohawk again pointed the blame at the manufacturers for misleading.
Around that time, the EPA approached the carpet industry seeking to test their facilities for PFAS.
The EPA started a review, and in 2003, one of the things they wanted to do was focus on, let's go get some samples from the water supply in these areas. And one of the areas they targeted was carpet manufacturing.
The carpet companies refused to allow the testing, citing confidentiality concerns, and told the EPA to ask the local water authority, Dalton Utilities, saying there wasn't an agreed-on scientifically sound testing method.
The carpet industry completely declined to have their wastewater sampled. And I will also add that Dalton Utilities was asked if they would allow sampling from them as an alternative to carpet companies allowing sampling. And to quote, Dalton Utilities didn't just say no, they said hell no.
Dalton Utilities is the agency responsible for providing drinking water to the people of Dalton, but it's also responsible for treating the wastewater that comes from the mills in Dalton.
So Dalton is a company now.
And the local utility there, some 85% of the water that the wastewater that it takes in comes from the carbon industry. Historically, carbon industry executives and former executives made up a group of its board.
No one from Dalton Utilities would agree to an interview. In a statement, it said its board was never influenced by carbon executives, and it didn't know there was PFAS in the wastewater until 2009. The utility is currently suing the carpet and chemical companies. In the suit, it said its wastewater treatment process cannot screen out PFAS chemicals. Dating back to the 80s, it has run a system that filters some contaminants from the carpet company's wastewater and then sprays it out over thousands of acres it owns on the outskirts of Dalton.
The thing that was a light bulb moment for me was the land application. That's a big concentration of PFAS for a long time. And every time it rains, it just flows off that site into the environment.
Yeah, so this is the LAS, the land application system. The boundaries are in black here. And then the Conasauga River, you can kind of see in the display down along the western boundary of the LAS. One expert in a lawsuit against carpet and chemical companies said that the land application system will be a potential source of contamination for 100 years at least. The LAS is at the center of several lawsuits. So the utility through a lawyer told us that we would be able to take a tour like normal that they offer, but we wouldn't be able to ask any questions on the record. Going there for the first time was a bit surreal. Everywhere you look, you can see some form of transportation of water from the waste treatment facilities, eventually into the sprinkler heads that spray the forest with the treated wastewater. And they rely on the land and the soil to absorb that water and remove many of the remaining contaminants that might still be in the wastewater. The problem is that PFAS are chemicals that do not break down in the environment. They've been degrade for decades. And you can look at a tree, you can look at soil, you can spray heads, and fully expect that if you would test that for PFAS, it would be there and it would be there in high quantities.
In the course of our investigation of Dalton Utilities' role in PFAS contamination, I was told I should talk to Scott Gordon. Gordon was involved in inspecting issues with Dalton Utilities' land application system as far back as 2000.
When you got on a site, each one of those risers pipes with the sprinkler head on top looked like it had a lid on top. There were so many carpet fibers on the spray itself. And then as you're walking around those areas, it felt like you were walking on shag carpet.
So shag carpet, like on the
roof. Yeah, there was that much carpet fibers in the material they were spraying. And all of those pipes went up, and the sprinkler heads weren't stabilized at all. Any limb that came on and knocked them over, a deer running through the pasture knocks them over. So when we got on site, we saw lots of this flowing wastewater going down the sides of the hills, into the creeks, and eventually into the river.
They were putting this wastewater onto land that was draining directly into the river, which people use for drinking water.
Correct. And this is a fairly large utility. So they were discharging between 20 and 25 million gallons a day to this land application system.
Dalton's filtering system has been cited in lawsuits as one of the main sources of PFAS contamination in the region. The utility has said it is looking for new technology that can treat or remove PFAS. But the forever chemicals have spread far down the regional river system. Where in Alabama, places like Gadsden have been impacted.
Gadsden is about 100 miles west of Dalton, of the county capital, and they get their drinking water from the River. early 2016, state officials sent out a memo saying, we are concerned about the PFAS levels in 8 water systems, and Gaston was one. And so that really set alarm bells off in Gaston, where they said, what is this? Where is this coming from? And so they were kind of able to conclude that the PFAS was coming from the carpet companies. Within a few months, Gaston decides to sue the chemical manufacturers as well as the carpet companies.
It was the first time a carpet maker had been sued over his role in PFAS contamination.
What we learned in our reporting is the lawsuit was sort of what they felt like was the only avenue to get any kind of funds or recourse to address the PFAS problem. Hey Fred.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Fred Zachary, he's a native of Gaston. He lived there for 10 years when he returned to Gaston, and he started doing a radio show called Introspections.
Well, good afternoon, my friends, and welcome again to the Introspection Freedom Live from the Gaston on the bank of the Poison Coosa. And we're going to be talking about poison water. There is no...
About 10 years ago, when PFAS started to become an issue in Gaston, he really rededicated his radio show to water quality.
The contaminants were not flowing from the town. They came downriver from Dawson, Georgia, and those carpets went upriver.
I think part of Fred Zachary's frustration is city government has not moved quickly enough, has not met the moment well enough, and has just left the people of Gaston to deal with this contamination issue.
We're in need of leadership in this community, and we can't keep talking about the almost on let you. Nobody ever let me do anything. Do it, but how do you see it needs to be done? Okay.
Since the lawsuit in 2016, 6 other drinking water systems in Alabama have sued the carpet and chemical companies, alleging PFAS has contaminated their water supply. Gaston's suit ended in 2022 with a confidential settlement. The city has been trying to reduce the PFAS in the water, including using a carbon filtering system that recently broke ground on a new high-tech treatment plant that is set to open in 2027.
It's sad that it's taken so long for this to materialize. We should have had to wait on a settlement to do this bond issue, so all other ways you could have done it. So, I want to give great credit where it's due, but we are still being poisoned while this product is being built. And nobody's talking about establishing a medical facility where we can do testing on citizens to see what level of PFAS, if any, that they have in their system. It's just not proactive so far as the citizens are concerned.
In 2025, on average, Gaston's water contained more than twice the EPA's recommended levels of the 2 key PFAS compounds that have historically been used by the carpet industry. None of Gaston's elected officials will be interviewed about the PFAS situation and the frustration people like Fred Zachary have with how the city has responded. The head of Gaston's Water Authority, Chad Hare, said they are doing all they can to address residents' concerns.
Do you hear from residents that are still frustrated with the level of PFAS in the water, even with the carbon filters?
As we get phone calls, we answer the questions the best that we can, and we provide every bit of the information that we have as far as all of our sampling, all of our monitoring is provided to the public on the website. Our responsibility is to meet all state and federal regulations. We're water treatment professionals, and so we take that very seriously.
So the state requires some water systems to test for PFAS. However, because the EPA has not made their guidelines enforceable, there are not really any limits in Alabama. So even if their drinking water tests above these guidelines established by the EPA, they are still not in violation of Alabama's water quality rules because the EPA has not said that those guidelines are enforceable.
In 2024, after decades of studying the issue, the EPA finally issued drinking water regulations for some of the PFAS compounds they flagged over the years, though they don't take effect until 2031. In a statement, the agency said it is committed to combating PFAS contamination. It noted that during the first Trump administration, it issued a nationwide PFAS action plan and said it is now working to help public water systems around the country. It also said it intends to rescind and reevaluate restrictions put on some PFAS compounds under the Biden administration and implement a PFAS testing strategy that doesn't create an undue burden for industry and protects human health and the environment.
EPA can only act as quickly as the law allows them to.
Betsy Sutherland is the former director of the EPA's Water Protection Division and spent more than 30 years at the agency. She has become a vocal critic.
If the agency knew that there was a concern with toxicity in 2000, can you just help explain to people who are, have this in their bodies or drinking it in their water, why the agency takes so long?
At the time, the Toxic Substances Control Act that we were working under at EPA was very weak. All of the onus was on EPA to prove that there was an existing chemical causing a problem before they could take action. So we were really hamstrung at the time that we did not allow EPA to ban or restrictions of chemicals unless there was enormous evidence.
Some people we talked to have said that this was a failure of accountability every level. Local utilities, the state, the EPA. Do you agree with that?
So I do agree with that, because in this particular case, there were ways we could have been more aggressive at EPA and again, but because of the limitations of that toxic substance control law, we could have been more aggressive and offer technical assistance to get the states to do things.
Even today, she says, when there are concerns a chemical might be unsafe, the agency has to go through a 7-year process before it can actually impose a ban or restrictions.
In the meantime, the industry can continue using these kind of.
Absolutely, yes. What the Minister of Public Health has said, again, that's what our devices. We can buy a filter for our drinking water, we can get an HVAC for our house, but we're not gonna get help by the federal government at all. So unless your state is one of those states that's out there actively working on it, you're just gonna continue to be exposed in what you eat, drink, and breathe.
By 2009, after abandoning products containing 2 prior PFAS compounds, the carpet industry had moved on to yet more formulations of the chemicals. These, known as short-chain PFAS, counted as less persistent in the human body.
Some of them didn't bioaccumulate in animals as much. Some of them had early data showing less toxicity. But in all cases, when they were making these moves, they didn't have a great deal of actual data to back it up. So this was done somewhat with a hope and a prayer.
The carpet industry eventually stopped using products with the short-chain PFAS in 2019, amid a growing body of research raising questions about their toxicity.
The carpet industry says regulators from Dalton Utilities all the way up to the EPA never restricted their use of these chemicals. What do you say to that?
I think that's true. It's, the regulatory system can be very slow to respond, especially when it doesn't have information. And basically, the regulatory system did not have any, really usable information on PFAS chemicals until 2000.
Is it fair to expect private industry to act before the government regulators do?
Absolutely, because government regulations are not designed to prevent every harm especially ones it doesn't know about. They're designed to facilitate, stopping known harms or putting in place a system where industry can make that call. I mean, that's the basis for so much of environmental regulation, that there's industry responsibility.
I would say that the failure really began with a lukewarm federal response and cascaded down from there. We never had a very robust federal response into the use of these chemicals, how they were allowed to move in the environment, how they were sold in terms of commerce. And as a result, that was a message that was signaling to the state, this isn't a big deal yet. That's signaling to local communities, this isn't a big deal.
And how do you think Georgia is doing in regulating these chemicals?
I think Georgia, like most states, is terribly behind. While I understand being reluctant to get too far out ahead of EPA and federal regulations, I think there was certainly enough information to begin addressing this if lawmakers and leadership within the state of Georgia wanted to address this problem.
Today, the state is grappling with another concern. How the ongoing lawsuits might impact some of its largest employers.
We are now in a posture that we're all going to be suing each other, and when that happens, nobody wins.
State legislator Casey Carpenter, who represents Dalton, has been trying to get support for a bill that would limit lawsuits against the carpet industry.
This legislation is no laughing matter. It's about protecting 50,000 jobs in Northwest Georgia and hundreds of thousands of jobs.
Critics say it would actually harm residents already coping with the area's PFAS contamination.
The bill you introduced that would shield the carpet companies and other PFAS receivers who cause PFAS pollution from legal liability. Why did you bring that bill forward?
Because I think that it's important to focus litigation on the people that are at fault. I tell people all the time, when we found out asbestos caused cancer, nobody sued the home builder that put it in your house. You went straight to the asbestos manufacturer. And that, I see PFAS as being the next asbestos for the United States. It's important to focus that litigation on the chemical manufacturers who knew it was not safe.
These lawsuits in particular are a lifeline for a lot of your constituents who are worried about their health. Why did you propose a bill that in some ways are making it harder to get answers?
I don't think so. I think that it just basically said, let's focus on the chemical companies.
Stormy, how are you?
Today, it's okay.
I just wanted to start to check all my patients' levels and follow everybody. Yes. We think it's affecting your liver. You were found to have moderate fatty liver disease. Now, the good thing is that before we check these, I already have a program of changing your diet, decreasing the amount of meat, certainly not taking any more fast foods, and filtering your water. Yes, there's a new study, and it just talked about fatty liver disease and this relationship to what it's doing to cause hepatic cancer. I'm gonna watch your liver enzymes really closely, and it's the first indication that they go up. Hopefully they won't with everything that you're trying to do to prevent it. We just want to keep an eye on everything.
I would like to see if we can, because I just know that it's so new, we're all just kind of like, what can we do and can we figure out a solution to mitigate the damage that's being done? So.
Every single part of the regulatory framework that should have addressed this compound essentially left somebody else to handle it. In the end, no one has. We're left with drastic contamination in this region, and these aren't the only communities that are facing this problem. I tell everybody that asks me about this, we're an ultra marathon. This is not a sprint. this is going to require immense amount of resources, research and development, and direct leadership at every level to address the extent of this contamination.
For more on this and other frontline programs, visit our website at pbs.org/frontline. Frontline is contaminated. The carpet industry's toxic legacy is available on Amazon Prime Video.
Our Frontline ProPublica is special
Midterm elections just around the corner.
on the eve of the midterms.
The economy is soaring, our jobs are moving.
Correspondent Alec McGillis examines the growing disparities between our cities.
People who are making a good middle-class income are now making $10 an hour.
Once thriving places like Dayton, Ohio.
You think about where wealth lives, that lives on Wall Street or in Silicon Valley, and you've had no real growth in the underlying economy. There's no one left to buy stuff, and these economies collapse.
Cities that have been left behind, struggling to come back.
Get these men into custody already!
The idea that
Now!
work is rewarded, that one has the ability to rise economically and socially and look to the future with optimism rather than fear.
No, there's something wrong. Get these men into custody now. No.
It sounds like tough times in Dayton, Ohio, when you hear about the thousands of layoffs. We have hit the double digits on the unemployment rate now, and this is the highest since the early 1980s.
98 employees will lose their jobs and not be pulled out.
It's like ground zero for overdose crisis. More people will come back from life insurance.
And local officers are involved in cracking down on the heroin problem. That's drug abuse.
Ohio, where officials say they are on track with 10,000 control calls.
But I think it's starting to come back.
I first came to Dayton as a reporter in 2012. I came back several times until 2016 for an article I was doing on what was happening in the country's politics that year. The city itself took over Hillary Clinton. The county was part of back Donald Trump, the first time a Republican had won there in 28 years. I've kept coming back to this area because I think Dayton is representative of a whole swath of our country today. We talk a lot about income inequality and the urban-rural divide. But the gaps we're dealing with are also between cities. between cities that are absorbing an ever greater share of prosperity, and places like this that are small and mid-sized cities that used to matter a whole lot to our country invented, made, and aspired to. They don't seem to matter as much now, but they do. They're heavily concentrated in our political battleground states, and are at the heart of the national debate about trade and employment. Their ground zero of the drug epidemic that's on pace to claim another 6 lives before this film is over. So how did all this happen in a country that is supposedly at the crest of an economic recovery? The poverty rate in Dayton is 34.5%, which is nearly 3 times the poverty rate nationwide. And remember, this was the place that just a few decades ago was an epitome of American wealth and prosperity and ingenuity. Now, more than a third of the people in the city live in poverty.
Dayton is a place that believes in work hard, and play by the rules, and good things will come to your family. And for the past 100 years, until about the Great Recession, that was continuing to happen, right? They believe your child can do better. I'm a product of the American dream. My parents, my dad worked at General Motors. We got a good wage. That wage he saved to help send me and my brother to school. My brother is an attorney. I'm the mayor of Dayton, right? Her dad mentioned my dad had. And so the cost of we have to reach for her. And no, I don't think that she'll get there.
This assessment of Dayton is hard to reconcile with the city's extraordinary past.
No! Can't say anything to us today.
Say that Dayton was the epitome of industry and ingenuity in the American heartland.
Dayton, Ohio was Silicon Valley on stage. It was the center of the most important inventions. It was the center of aviation. It was the center of automotive inventions. And it was the center of a great many lesser inventions, which collectively brought form to the American 20th century.
All the right, planted the fruit flying sheet in the now passing 141 12 seconds.
We all know about the Wright brothers, of course, who got their start making bicycles in Dayton. But they weren't alone. In the early 1900s, Dayton was found in more patents per capita than anywhere else in the country. One of the most important was the cash register, which revolutionized the retail business and made National Cash Register a dominant presence in Dayton.
Look at this spirit around here. You feel it anywhere you go in the bank. That NCR family spirit is alive.
What happened in Dayton was innovation became industry, became General Motors, became Velco, became National Cash Register. There were 70 or 80,000 good paid union jobs that they were hiring.
When World War II broke out, Dayton's heavy industries retooled for the war effort. However, automobiles, airplane gears, propellers, all indispensable, and all manufactured in Dayton.
General Motors is pioneering the flying master of the manufacturer of cars. Cars that last the way of all winning forces. They can have a story to tell. The story of a city after all.
The war effort raised workers' fortunes across the country, and Dayton was no exception.
If you look at the period from roughly the 1930s to the 1970s, you had a period of broad-based prosperity. The middle class and those at the bottom saw their incomes rise more quickly than those at the top. Tens, hundreds of millions of Americans over time became owners of housing for the first time.
Sensing opportunity, people were pouring into Dayton. Boys from Appalachia and blacks from the Deep South.
Dayton is cracked and jagged. Every living facility packed. This is Texas on a Monday night or a Wednesday night. The retail stores are open, the markets are open, the department stores are open, the banks are open.
By 1960, the city's population reached 262,000.
And then sadly, things get ugly fast. In part, it's because a lot of people are terrified of what this racial migration would be.
A lot of the new workers that came to the city were black, coming up as part of immigration from the South. And people were not comfortable with their new neighbors.
And so we get the first round of white flight. And that means a bunch of things, right? One, you're not investing in those items. So that you're consuming quite rationally, making sure that all your tax dollars go to your suburban school district. When you call a community out, whether it's lawyers, it's doctors, it's nurses, it's teachers, those who hold communities best together, what you're going to see is terribly predictable. The pathologies of urban life consume communities.
And many black families who wanted to move to the suburbs and other parts of town found the door locked.
Guys literally drew lines around neighborhoods to decide which African Americans were going to get loans for which tribes. That's what we call redlining. So that African American who could afford to buy the home where the great school was, or that was close to a park, or et cetera, could.
In Dayton, the result was African Americans being largely clustered in West Dayton, where money and resources steadily declined.
West Dayton, you had middle class African American white families living side by side, kids who went to school, two parent homes. The typical house with two kids, a dog, and white man's Now we have the dilapidated housing. We are losing our hospital. We have lost our business. And that has become the new normal in West Dayton.
Mike and Willis Strickland and their 6 boys live in West Dayton's hilltop homes.
You know where the top is?
It's a public housing complex in a crime-ridden neighborhood.
Before you got here, I need y'all to say your prayers.
The only thing for the food that we can walk, I'm mercy on nobody, and she can we don't pray.
Moving here was their best option, despite working 2 jobs. But it was a step up from the homeless shelters they were in before.
The shelter was an experience. It was very different because they dealt with the outbreak of like bed bugs and something called scabies that I never knew nothing about. And it's just like really overwhelming.
Well, at the time, we just had one income coming into the house, so we could get it before the place, like we could before the pay anything else.
Willa had just started working in customer service for an insurance company. Mike is a line worker at a meat packaging plant.
I think my life was different. My parents, it was.
We're not sure we had, it was a life-changing event. So anytime you're a teen heart problem, everyone just assumes that you can't be that good. Understood the importance of letting the world know who more than just this Doja Cat character from all the TV girls that have posters up on their
Area designed a lot of autographic things to Kelly.
draining, like high squeal, like. Which you must have, for that, you know what I mean, it was just quiet.
I think Luke, in terms of celebrity problems, I don't have those problems.
At the moment, 7,000 teenagers waiting for, but the excitement was uncontrollable.
You catch yourself wanting the problem, you know, but, you know.
The time that it's got to come up to the door, you know what I mean? I mean, it's not exactly what
Look at that. Who was? Who Harry? This mountain, I live here.
I always thought that I would succeed somehow, but you know, when you think something like this, I certainly think that certain actors really get that stigma of handsome and big looks. There are performances to be around that prove themselves, but want to satisfy their own artistic love. So that's my favorite part of knowing Luke and having friends with him was that he was that real deal as an actor.
As an actor, I learned from you. I was in the show for Oz. He was character. They're like, yeah, I never really was. And film television is about this stuff.
My experience working with Luke was, he didn't seem like a celebrity. He just seemed like a working actor. You know, this flashy and drawing that every time you're going to be, man, stuff that I'm like.
Luke had a lot of creative drive inside him, that he wanted to do more, want to do more.
Luke was raised by his mom and his stepfather in Fredericktown, Ohio. And it's just this little farming town. It's only about 2,500 people.
I did see my first place, so I got to that. So I was brought up, I was brought up well.
From a young age, she just loved watching TV. Particularly soap operas, that was her favorite. And then after school, he'd come home and he'd watch TV westerns. He was completely fascinated by the performers. By the time he was in high school, he knew he wanted to be an actor. He was formed in his mind, and he could tell, like, anyone who was listening. The problem was Fredericktown. He just wasn't being a part of that there. So when he turned 18, he got up and moved to New York and began to grind up.
I was in New York. I was going out for young guys. And I met this guy, asked me about this. It was just me and him. And yeah, I'm like this like kind of cowboy-ish hat. And it was neat. We kind of like traded a couple of stories and neither of us got in trouble. And, you know, we were just like, hey, you know, I booked a job for a show called Honeyboy. They would pick everybody up and stretch them up. I opened the door and Luke is sitting there. And it's like, it was perfect.
Originally, the goal was to see myself on television sets, didn't know what to do. So then I saw that, and then I fell in love with acting, so I'm on the back. Well, you fell in love with the problems.
She thinks that.
Is she?
Yes.
Or is it me?
And his mom absolutely loves shows, and she was so proud of him. From then on, we became friends, and it was friendships that lasted for decades.
He did 2 soap operas, Loving and Nothing Wrong. And after that, he decided to go to LA for pilot season for 1991.
back in the old days, when we had privacy, it was like going and acting boot camp for a month. And actors would fly in from all over the country, and we'd all stay at the Oakwood Gardens on Barham Avenue. There'd be like a million young actors in there, and then like, it was really, in town that nobody had seen. But it was like, I love to see the day. And then you come home and do the night, then you snap another stack of script. And so you'd be in there reading, all the script every night, preparing for the next day, and then you 4 or 5 more episodes. And it's like after weeks and after weeks after weeks.
That part of the business, of the actual forming and creating a character, just like what they're going through the political process of getting a job.
So in California for a few months, and he called me, he said, he said, can I crash with the couch? My couch is the first. And then we got a place over near our cats, the cats side of the cats. And he was like, hey man, that kind of place. And I was like, absolutely. That's how man still do. So this was my, and then through that door at the bathroom, see like a little window, like, and then they quick left, last back. Working in that bar, we're doing random stuff, that's what he did, he knew how to do it. He won the point split, so he got the garage. And then, this whole backyard is, we used to have parties out here. So, he's got a good spot,
How long has it
He was always thinking of something. He always had his hands busy. He loved to do things. He had these old tinges on the kitchen. He would rip them all down and he was dipping these old tinges. And then he painted the kitchen red and did black linoleum. And he made it home where he needed.
I guess it's just about, that's rather, I'm stuck, everybody was running, right? But I didn't want to do about Massachusetts.
I get after much props because it's a hard life. I'm saying rejection program. For Luke, I don't think not making it was an option for him. I think he took it on the chin pretty well. I think that, going there on as many auditions as he did and not getting them, it just drove him to do more, You were in it to win it. Last man standing.
I was cast in the television version of Girls Who Shade Off. And Luke came in. I looked at him and I thought, you are so not what I'm looking for. And he goes, I know. he was just, and he said, but I know who you are, and I wanted to meet you, and we could. And I said, that's fine, you know, come in, have a seat, and we sat and chatted for quite a while about things, and what he wanted to do, and he was very sweet. And I just thought, I should have given, I just thought, I have to remember this time.
200 ways to accomplish. I am in awe that you held off and were able to do it. And where does it come from?
Well, you know, it was 2016. And fear of failure, yes, it's easy to, you hear it a lot. But, and then, you know,
Everybody, not just for that role, because everyone, like, you know, they were looking far and wide for that role.
I came in knowing that they were adding a character to my story, but he was the bad boy. Chuck told me about the character. The more he talked, the more I felt. When the reading was over, I just kind of waited. And Chuck turned to me and said, that's the guy.
He was perfect. There wasn't anything more that you could say to Luke at that point of how to play the character. He understood it. There was something raw inside that he just intuitively loved. And Mr. Spelling certainly saw that at the time that we were doing the audition. When we did the audition for the broadcasting company, however, Luke was nervous, and it didn't happen in the way that, you know, hopefully it would. But the network didn't understand why we were asking for more money to put this character in, and more than Bowman. And this is Spelling, often doesn't volunteer his own wallet for things, said, and so the special bond that Luke Perry had with him before me.
So we kind of happened the first time, Chuck goes in and decided to have a table read for the first episode. After the table read, we kind of hang out outside on the porch in front of Chuck's house. My name's Brandon Walsh. Brandon Walsh. Scott Turner. Look, and so, especially the first episode, we came surfing surfer. So I said, who was it? And he said, never surfed a day in my life. I said, it's just fine. And, you know, take it easy after that. I got to connect with the spiritual side of journalism. Very valuable, very valuable. Their culture actually you're talking directly here. Before we created it, that we built the future. So you talk about the character cast off. It's not its cosmopolitan architecture. And even though we do have a lot of really smart people here, people that are institutional or academic connections, it's our physical beauty, our proximity to the desert, the mountains, and the sea. So you can join the cast of the 921 was the first episode, he was not in the pilot. I don't want to add on. We had more than just a hump. The guy who was very complicated. And we pretended to be a tough guy, we both were 2%, and we get his feelings hurt, and we really trying to sort out what it was to be a responsible human, because he was
raised by me. He was the perfect guy for that. He was like really cool, but then he was also not afraid to make really bold choices.
Please don't do that. Yes to me. He always says to me, I don't want to.
We finished our first season, and I had a call with their very particular man, started the meeting by saying, yes, not doing all the working, but because it's on an hour there. As a boss, you know, had attitude, yeah.
So when show first starts, it's not an easy function. Nobody really does know. Like, it's just happening, maybe you'll win, maybe you're wrong.
Boss was the president of the network at that point. And Mr. Murdoch, who bought broadcasting service, had just bought the satellite chunk. And so he needed to put his money there. And they bought broadcasting, but we just didn't have enough to make a TV show right at that moment to replace us. And then what happened? Was the
Do not need another.
network immediately spent all that commercial activity. Do not have the use. And so they had
So, did you get that inspiration? Nope. Yeah.
on Christmas Day, I said to Luke and I said, guys, let's go to some out, let's go ski. So we all went to some all the, and then Luke, all of a sudden, the sun came off, and he's not going to do anything. So Ian and I traveled all the way to Zurich. We were getting on the train to go to some out, and all of a sudden, Luke's there. We're like, dude, you thought you didn't have anything. All he had was a ski bag. And he'd taken all of his clothes and stuffed in his ski bag. And everything he wore, the whole trip was wrinkled, pretty funny. So anyway, we go to that, we're skiing, and we go out and you can tell we were before, someone, we knew who we were. But we got bothered enough that we all knew that it was about to change. It was a big shock to all of us. The shopping malls just became a place that we couldn't go to for 10 years. It was crazy.
Each Thursday night, early in the street, hang up their phone, watch the latest extra.
It's not like anything else, feelings or teenage objects. There's barely anybody who can do this.
It was a big shock. Even if we didn't watch it, the first time that we went out to meet the public with Kansas, and we saw the response that we got. It was amazing. We just didn't forget how many millions of people are watching.
Found in history of other. You're assuming that the needle for that, you know what I mean? Who was? Who's Luke Perry? It's getting bigger than that. Look at John, roller across the night with their little head, they smell it. Oh,
I heard about it. You can see women get distracted by it. That's the thing is, there was that kind of energy in the book where you can see it on the married woman cooking on it.
The moment more than 7,000 South Florida teenagers waiting for Luke Perry. Scott Beverly Hills 90210 wants to stop Florida and basketball plantation. Until wait much, it's like uncontrollable. The crowd barely conceivable before he walked on stage to be welcomed. They pushed and shoved to get at the team's song, knocking down barricades so finally Harry had to be whisked away.
It actually needed I want to show you
all of a sudden, everybody was involved in it. And we had security around us all the time, like a show like that that's that popular. It does become a double-edged sword.
The biggest thing that I got out of the podcast is this community cares so deeply, the fan base cares so deeply for all of the actors. There is this deep connection, I think, feeling as if we all experienced high school, or the things that you experienced in high school together. These characters always say, yes, we covered up all, and yes, he was in trouble, and yes, he was super interesting, and all of that stuff, but there is something inherently good about that character. But he's looking out for his friends, and he cares. He's also very soft-spoken. So he makes you want to hear what he's saying.
I wrote a book on Luke Perry because I wanted to tell a different kind of story that was about the way a child, a teenager, can latch on to a character, a man like that, like really in their career, and grow up alongside that person. It's like part of the book for me is about growing up and about feeling certain things. My dad was from the city minister, and very strict, this was his last stop. And then he got sick of cancer a couple years after he moved here. For the most part, it was myself and my mom and my brothers that helped me out, did everything for him. At the time, I was 14 and my ex-Manel was coming out. He was in the last year of his life, and I was especially wanting to speak. And I really looked at us and I was like, let's be my number one. It was the moment I saw Luke Perry, that was the character for me. Right away when the show debuted, people were comparing Luke to James Dean. They did have a certain something in common, not just the physicality, the both being like slim, turned men, but also this kind of woundedness, always in their performances was this real, kind of pathos. But at the same time, Luke himself had a lot of trepidation around that comparison.
I think that sort of, in a way, to make the association stronger, I'll have to practice the fact that you check out. I think when you're not doing long, feel that change in the fantasy, but I still look at it for somewhere else.
I just brought up something. A lot of things that I can.
He knew what the thing is, and he knew how to be smart with it and play with it, but he also was a little bit spooked by it.
Kind of how it began was wrestling. And celebrities did this event with Sly and Bruce and Schwarzenegger come here and launch a restaurant. Here comes.
These kind of art buildings were extraordinary. They were wild, just wild.
Against burning fire at that time, 10,000 people would be outside. And just like amazing for Luke Perry, it was mass freaked out. I said, hey, the part I've never seen before. I think that comes from back then, not just Brad Pitt. It comes from the people making your hands, who can that love.
So anything they told me to watch, I did. So they came over when they, have to watch the show, and as you know, Kathy's energies increasingly so high. Okay, that was fourth grade, and so the show comes on, and the friends come on, and there's Jesus, and I'm like, forever. But then Luke came on. And I love Jason, I love Jason. Luke just took my breath, and I was like, who is that? I mean, truly made me why I essentially believe in what I first saw. And that was it, and that was my number one crush today. And then I got who was also kind of a bad boy, but she was also a poet and sort of scripture told. And then in the first time I needed defending the little guy. So he's not a jerk, he's just got a little bit of an egg. This was a pretty television, I think, so all of it.
Come on, get him into custody already with all that.
And he's not involved.
Doing this whole worst thing too. Come on, get him into custody now, you disgusting trash.
And I thanked my mom for taking me, and she was like, no way, I was recently injured, so in a wheelchair, and she's like, I'm not taking you to the wall for these past members of the community right now, and everyone's like, so far in this game. So, you know, I put a whole friend on her, and, was mad at her for whatever, I did not forgive her.
No, I don't think myself creating sex anymore. For starters, if I am.
That morning when we shot that one John Calvin, Luke and I were pretty hungover because we'd been out the night before. But Ken was in good shape, and we were amazed that we were getting the honor of being on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine. It was a big deal. We both understood the importance of it, for sure. At a certain point in the show, around the second or third season, he became obsessed with being on the cover of Vanity Fair magazine because he knew that that would legitimize him in a certain way. I was like, really? Vanity Fair? You know, to me, Vanity Fair was some of the old people read it, right? That's exactly why he did it. And he was super smart in that way.
Luke is arguably the most famous second the most attention, even talking about unlike the Rolling Stone conversation where it's sharing, Jason, and this is really young, and you know, he's shirtless and not consistent for so long in his community, and all types of outfits. And I started bites and yeah, they're speeding in a sense. Like, I don't go as far as saying that 912 is bothers, but he does sort of wink a bit at his fame, make fun of it, you know, when he says, I have products, here you are.
The Vanity Fair article didn't focus on Beverly Hills 90210. It focused a lot more.
Get him into custody now!
As a person, I think Luke understood the importance of letting the world know that he was more than just this DNA.
Get him out of here!
How the distance is from a super successful show like that, and how difficult it was, right? And how difficult it was going to be for us in the future. I think that going to did a lot to help movies start to separate. There was a fundamental divide between who did movies and who did television. These were TV guys doing TV, doing really well, but longing for something. And And of course, at that point in time, we all signed 5-year contracts. And Aaron didn't renegotiate before the end of year 15. And so Luke started talking to me and Michelle on the 15th. And I said, Luke, dude, this is about to start making money. He's right now, like, it's about to start getting good over here. And all the work's gonna pay off. He was like, no, dude, I gotta go. I know I understand, but I gotta go. I said, bro, you're, okay.
Luke's very, but you don't want to go, you don't mind if you want to.
No, get this animal into custody now. Get these freaks into custody. Get these freaks into custody now. Get him into custody now. You see it now? Get that animal out of commission.
And unfortunately, the hitman kills the wrong person. I knew this was a big moment for Luke. It's like, rain towers out there, lit it up so it looked super dramatic. And anyway, Luke comes to me and he says, I want to do this thing. I want to fall to my knees and look up at the sky and ask God why he's done this to me. And it was another time. I said, that's a good choice. That's a risk, brother, but okay. And he comes out and he does it. It turned out to be really effective just because he was emotionally connected to what was happening. And he wasn't afraid to make big choices. When Luke left the show, it was really hard. Luke was my brother. And I think it was harder than everybody else too. Because Luke had really, really deep connections with everybody on the show. Everybody on the set are crew too. Luke, he was a really good friend to watch. He didn't like what he did, why he wanted to do it. He had a lot of creative drive inside him, and he wanted to do more.
The early 90s show business was absolutely fantastic. A lot of actors our age kind of know each other and we socialize together. We became friends and we became ready to become the family.
Oh, what now?
Not without words
The story. It's creepy though. Really creepy. That's why you have these locks in every window. How these are like, but there's one of these only of a different kind in every window also in these dudes. They're pretty good, the new locks. Amazon. 5 bird locks.
He loved that the girls as we loved conversation. So I remember him telling me when he was telling me about the story. He said, oh my God, and she's funny and she's ass all the time. Love all the stuff that I got. And you would always cheer me on. Always. Like they cheered me, they're like, that's get away. Oh, Swanee, that kid from college, oh my God. You know, you're like, and he loved playing that guy that was like, okay, do you think? Don't be your thing. Don't be you. or someone telling you, get over it. Get over
No.
it. You know what I mean? Like, he was that. Even after the movie, always supportive of my life, of my career, him having children, me getting married, having children, you know, like, staying in touch with each other. I am so grateful that he had the vision and he saw me in that role.
No.
And I will never forget
Because of the level of fame we had, we figured out that he would be able to get to people. He did call their office and they would return his call, no matter who it was. And that's how he got a seconds name. He bought the rights to Lane Frost story.
Get that thing into custody now. Also, get these filth into custody now. Get these animals into custody. Get these men into custody now. All of them. No, I still gonna do that. Get these men into custody now, you disgusting trash. Really? Get these animals into prison for the rest of their lives where they belong. Life in prison sentence because you're doing it to that guy over there. It was a 4th grade boy again. Get them into custody now.
To see you in a movie, you really write roles? He's like, yeah, I'm calling you to say, I'm making a movie, and if you say yes, we're really gonna write vocals. And I'm like, it's really good, right? He's cute. I think he's gotta be a kid.
Luke was bull riding, no messing around. He couldn't afford 10,000 extras, so he had to really go to rodeos and get on real bulls and try to hang on.
I never got to know Lucas really. To get to know him as an artist and an actor and kind of see a guy who really was taking a risk. This was not a joke. This was like a serious feature film. You consider a handsome television star.
I was really impressed how this film didn't gloss over the rough spots in his life.
That was very important to not do that. To me, that's the story. I mean, that's an integral part of the story. A lot of times people are very envious because it's so good to be the chance. But, you know, you gotta make some sacrifices to get there. You gotta make something stay on top. There's paying the price for those sacrifices. We're talking great game.
That's my favorite part of knowing that he was that he was that way. He was not hands. He wanted to live the experience. He wanted to create.
He was calling the police and was done to shut up. Totally take him out handcuffs or dare you to interview over a jurisdiction. So I was like, be like, yeah, we're going to have to do something about Warren Jeffs out here. It is not that
If you ask me, have you struck all of these films? I'm not sure.
Great stuff, and he's like, no, this is. We have no religious affiliation or instruction. We don't know anything.
little bit nuts. That little bit nuts is why on the race conference. I think his fire was the cowboy, the opportunity to transfer.
No, get him into custody now, it says.
Who also
Get them all into custody now.
I can tell you the flaws of that fearlessness and the niceness of that sensitivity. It's a freaking hard role. He was like a new, he was like a, he was more like, he was more like a James Dean. Because James Dean was so smokingly attractive when he went sensitive, and also understood how to do that as an actor, which is hard when you're so good. For some reason, he low it and I should second day show says, hey now, you know, we're just send one car, you know, the car says 2 cars. Because I'm so there's a white trash there, right? So that's why I get this on. And we come for you, because
Would you get these men into custody?
4 stories up with a bungee jump attached. He goes, Mom. I go, what are you doing? He goes, Mom comes up, let's go. Nobody's in trouble. He goes, nobody's gonna know. Man, you're standing up my arm. And that's the
He's allowed in the homes of McGregor. Look, the state of Toyota was allowed in the homes of McGregor. And he was racist, it's to the news.
Jack. 8 Seconds is considered to be in the top 10 greatest rodeo pictures of all time. Too many rodeo pictures have been made. This is John Wayne Ford. Who's good?
He really connected to that sort of, you know, Western community and he bought a piece of land in Tennessee and started working the land and, you know, and started taking a lot more roles in those sort of Western roles, right? Like, I think Big 8 Seconds really changed the trajectory of his career. When Lou got the script and all, like, he was super excited by the opportunity because he really wanted to work with John McNaughton. He saw that movie as a great opportunity, and a great opportunity to distance himself more from Bill McKay, from, you know, being a teenage heartthrob. John and I were both fascinated with homeowners.
He says he's gonna do even more, because they trying to take that from him.
Is it like a slight signal left in her house? Moving all over herself. Really, and that's right, like, that thing is so incredibly low. He said there's nothing left in your house. There's no like signals left you can get on. Walk out of your windows, but I mean, it's kind of crazy. They need these men in custody out of Carroll County, Arkansas. He is random white trash, and that is extremely low random white trash.
I need these men in custody, in jail. You arrest white trash that is breaking the law in nice communities. If it gets out in town employment, that's the end of it from now on. Anything, is he breaking the law? Yes, he's breaking the law. Okay, well then you have to arrest him and have a conversation.
At first it was just him, and wearing a fake beard and a Cubs hat, and then his wife, who had mental issues, she was kind of jealous of it. She found out he was driving fast because they were broke, and she loved that. She did.
Get them into custody now.
Moving on the life is falling apart, and we couldn't get anybody to call from the wife, and just taking a look at
for you to make it home. And, I said, well, I don't know, we're really specific about our casting, and they went to a rental store, rented a cassette of the rodeo movie, and that's like.
No! Get these men into custody now.
And I walked over to John's house and put it in his VHS machine and said, this guy would be great.
I was never a huge 90210 fan. To me, it was like some teenage heartthrob. It's just like, but plus I was always meet the person because we sat down, and of course everybody knew who this Barry was in the room. But we were so very unaffected by it, and very down to earth. And even though it was a big celebrity, we didn't have to that. And I just changed my opinion. I said, this guy's great. And let's go. Locations were normal life. All that area out by the airport, which is where the real story took place, was all built in the post-war era. And suburban sprawl.
Get them into custody now.
And I walked to this bank and Luke. What's Luke doing? Like, we're shooting a movie about these guys in Erickson. And he goes, you obviously.
Get these into custody now. Get these men into custody now. Now. Get them into custody right now. You need to get this white trash freak out of the homes, McGregor. I found one. There's one in the attic. He can come down through the ceiling, even kind of. He's going to lose that. Really, yeah, they said that thing hates him. Really, yeah, they get really hates him. Yeah, that thing goes like doesn't really weird at him. It's because it's on your grandfather's account. Also, and he's a master sergeant who knows he thinks he's a terrorist. Lieutenant Colonel knows you're not allowed to do that. Apparently, they need him like in custody in every single. But you won't arrest the damn thing.
You don't understand how hard I was trying to work so you forget about my TV career. I said, no, you asked me where to go. You came in completely, completely unblemished. You were just looking at your work, and it was so incredible. That we're good. When we got it all finished, they were going to test it.
No, you need to get these men into custody now. Yeah. Get them into custody now. I had calls from like the president of every single really, you wouldn't believe how many people are listening to him do that and are actually horrified. They've never heard anything like that. He is so incredibly evil. We can hear him in the background. You can't hear him. They can hear him on hers also. He said, you would not believe what they're saying to those children. Really, I mean, it is the most horrendous thing you've ever heard anybody do. We can't believe the SWAT team is in to get out. Okay. I called the cops. Needs to quit on this. We need to do police. Well, we do.
Everyone just assumes that you're actor. You just think you're a good-looking kid, right?
They said he literally just sexually assaulted a third grade. He's like a fifth grade boy. Really, yeah. And there's really in that one, that little boy is like 7 or 8 years old. Really, yeah. Oh my God. On what he's saying to him and doing, they're like really. Oh my gosh, that's so great. Ooh, there are these big fat schizophrenic men from the jail in Carroll County, Arkansas, sexually assaulting children in the community. they're all living in like, they all live in Zebulon, Arkansas. Really, yeah, it's so incredibly horrendous.
I have this agriculture in town. He doesn't have a lot of things.
It has nothing to do with you, you just ended up getting started and also.
Really?
And they called every police officer in their community and like Fayetteville and no more Mr. Slithery. No more Mr. Jurisdiction Slithery butthole. Excuse me. Well, the thing is, it's filthy. That is an evil, evil, evil animal and an evil thing. And that is an evil thing that somebody did. So whatever. The American legal system.
We came very close, very fast. I was doing a show on Oz. He held us back for a while because all I wanted to do is come to be part of something like that. And he just shed, Dylan, that whole image. Dean Winters is truly the thing of people. He knows everybody, he goes everywhere to get in any place he wants to get to. So I met Luke.
You need to get the man sexually assaulting me on. That little boy runs around and tells everybody it's he said. Really, yeah. He's being sexually assaulted on a cell phone app and he can't get away from the damn thing. He can vibrate your bands. He said it tries to like literally stick something up his ass. So, which is what I said. That's what you said? I said it's kind of a gap in search. Stop doing that now. That's what I do to him. It makes his butt feel like it's full. Okay, that's charming.
As opposed to having an unknown actor and having convinced the audience he was famous.
I have one that massages your pee. What is this even? Okay.
Honest in his acting. And I think he would be genuine. He wouldn't like mock the character. He'd just be who the guy was supposed to be.
Here's you filthy men that want to rape children.
Between the different communities.
Now. Oh, the gift that keeps giving this. The Arkansas, really out of here. Out of here, out of here, out of here. Yeah, we got calls.
They don't know. A million people on one day, but if the character doesn't know, like Luke didn't know, and it's not from children, he has to discover very quickly what the rules. Letting him accept the
Maybe should.
Once he came onto the set, he was very much committed to the character, and Luke disappeared in a lot of ways.
You got it busted. It's been going on for, no, it's not. Go ahead. That is the most important thing to us out there almost.
That's a problem. I have absolutely no problem with that. And I would see him with the extras playing the Christians, and I would see them gathered praying without being told to do that. He just said, look, we're going
I really hate to get him now in a security guard uniform from Zebulon, Arkansas, something, which takes like nothing to get yourself into.
And I wasn't really working in those scenes. I was watching, and I was like, good. He had, he came there last week.
Is it recording? Yeah, it's live stream. Everybody's watching it.
There was a part of the prison called Penn City, right? There's a scene where Luke walks from his cell to the showers. And to get there, he's got to walk through like 100 extras. And we'll talk to the LZ.
In custody now.
And then the fourth. And so Luke is walking from his cell to the showers.
Yeah, I mean, he said you slept so bad on that thing.
He's coming out.
You should see the guy's 300 pounds.
Adam's looking around, there's no one in it. And as he walks out to the showers, he just drops it. And he's only naked. I mean, it chills him. And everyone just starts clapping. Because they knew that he was now in that, what he did in that moment was, he's like, all right, I'm wearing you guys now.
not some guy that just came from 90210, who's not gonna do the hard stuff. And from that moment on, he was just like part of the family. Outside that, we went off a lot to the place called Ogden for drinks. And I go looking for them, and like Sunday, Friday night, and I can't find them. So I asked one of the PAs, I said, hey, you know where Luke is? She's like, oh, he's on the roof. I go, the roof? I go, what? She's like, yeah, you climb that ladder up there, and you get the roof. I go, I've been working on this for 4 years, underneath the roof, right? So I climb this little ladder, go through like a manhole, the roof, and I get up there, and it's sunset, right? And at sunset, over New Jersey, the last of the sun is dipping. All I can see is Luke sitting on like a little, piece of sky. And I didn't call his name because I felt like he was having a moment. And I walked up to him and I sat down next to him. And I saw him coming. And it was, and I just looked at him and that was the sunset. And he was still crying. And I said, you okay? And he goes, brother, this might be the best day of my life. And I didn't say another word. We just watched this together. And then when we got there, I was really downstairs, and he was asked, he got the water. But he told me, he goes, I've been waiting for this. You want your work to kind of match the evolution of who you are. He wanted to get something off his chest. I'm not Dylan anymore, right? And this is what I have to say. This is who I am. I'm something.
No, get these men into custody now. Get him into custody now. Enough with this shit already. He's got one from the door above her window, he said. Really? Yeah. He literally just spends all day getting into the same people's houses so he can molest them. It is the most horrifying thing you've ever seen. You need to get that thing in custody now. Why isn't he in custody already?
Meet the great film comedian Charlie Chaplin and discover the realist characters who threaten his home. Since the 18th, World War I has ended. Much of Europe was scorched earth. The seeds of Nazism had been planted. A few years later, the Surrealist Manifesto said that art should record dreams, but what dreams? In the case of Los Angeles, the metropolitan had just been born. The time started to burnish itself. Starbucks with his special splendors and you were attracted by the body that was holy, shiny and romantic.
Get him into custody now.
This part of the story of film is about the strength and how it becomes an industry, a factory with which the world will fall in love. But as we'll see, for all its strength and power, many inside the factory system of Hollywood seem not to notice how fragile it was, how breakable. Before the 1920s were over, key filmmakers were trying to break the bubble.
Get him into custody now in all certainty. That man owes me lots in prison. Oh, he's so angry. They work so hard to block his signals, but he's a little filthy. Get him into custody and get that thing, whatever they're on.
They all realize they've been raped by that thing too at some point. A lot of them do. Especially ones that live in like, there's one beard by, there's one, they're in Florida for some reason. Really? Yeah, you're right. That's what I said too. Oh, I said that before. Really? Yeah. I just, I've never heard angrier human beings. Really? Yeah. I mean, they're gonna go nuts on you.
This scene Citizen Kane shows how Hollywood would work wonders with light.
I've just never heard angrier people. Like it is the angriest I've ever heard the human race.
The documents, Hollywood set up a production line system. The way that the Model T would work was assembled. In Japan at the time, directors led the production process. But in Hollywood, it was production wasn't. This is what legendary Hollywood designer William Cameron Menzies thought Baghdad might be like. This is what a man in those dresses. Image driving gone with the wind, as if blown by the wind, away from the lovers of the sunset. And the new cameras themselves, beautiful. Actress Joan Crawford's contract specified when she should go to bed. Johnny Weissmuller's Tarzan contract found him. A dictatorship in which the artist is silenced. It was a dictatorship, and yet some say there was genius in it. Genius of sorts, Busby Berkeley choreographed this fantasy girls in the snow, making patterns with their limbs, increasingly abstract, geometric. Sally Dillon, Hindi singing.
Studio system, in my opinion, didn't really get into the film. The studio system was the garden where we all worked. I mean, there I was at MGM with a lot of enormously gifted people. And I often think about that idea of having a company which brought people together to make money is all they were doing. They weren't doing it for any other reason. What was behind it was an economic thing. They were a company making money, or hoping to make money.
So the industry was a whole, but also a garden, which is what Augustine Miller called a decade earlier. And what very flowers grew there. MGM, for example, which was so proud of itself in films on neoclassical buildings, was said to have more stars than there are in heaven. Its movies had an opulence and optimism. In this dance scene, Sailor Marine, even the shadows had lightened. Warner Brothers was more streetwise. Its stars were angels with dirty faces. Seems like this one, Maltese folk, the downtrodden hero, harder lighting, sharper shadows, gangster outfits, nighttime settings. Murder, melodrama, movie journalism. This scene from Sky Empress shows paradise style, sparkling champagne, costumes on display, feminine, romantic, ride, overtaken by the rails in the east.
I just feel fun and like.
Yes, sir, I'm very electric, I love it.
The studio system was a capitalist production line. It was copied around the world, in India, Mexico, Italy, Britain, China, Hong Kong, Korea, and France. Each of those industries made formulaic, copycat movies. But the system also fostered expertise and taste, extravagance and brilliance. The ghost in the machine was art.
Stay alert, my friend. I left heartily and quickly. For a small fee, Zoltar will tell you more of his secrets. And wisdom is priceless.
Zoltar speaks. Your fortune. Passion will soon turn to prosperity. A favorite hobby is about to become a lucrative income source. Grab this opportunity with an entrepreneurial spirit and an unwavering determination to be.
Stay alert, my friend. I left heartily and quickly. For a small fee, Zoltar will tell you more of his secrets.
This is money, the future of our lives. I can
Stay alert, my friend. I left heartily and quickly. For a small fee, Zoltar will tell you more of his secrets. And wisdom is priceless.
Your fortune. Passion will soon turn to prosperity. A favorite hobby is about to become a lucrative income source. Grab this opportunity with an entrepreneurial spirit and an unwavering determination to succeed. Trust in your unique talents, knowledge, and creative flair, and as your work with pleasure, harmonious and life will resonate. Through perseverance and innovation, you will gain wealth and fame by following your dream. Pursue this transformation as your hobby evolves into an adventure that's both emotionally and financially rewarding. Remember not time to work so hard that you kill the drive your pursuit. Success will be behind us if you formally relaxing healthy times in a sad, stressful drive. Okay.
What are you waiting for?
I don't like it.
Come on over for a smoky. Zoltar will give you a well-to-eat cup.
Thank you, Zoltar. Yeah, quicker. You know, last laughs. Last laughs. Last laughs. I'm gonna look it up when I get home. Oh, tired.
We're not confused about where we are. The story picks in, of course. The thief has broken into a palace. He hears that a princess is there. Glimpses her fairy tale bed. Will you go down to look at her? No. 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 His trousers are see-through now. He looks through the light. His shadow. Hollywood cinema, the novel, is brilliant at the anticipation of seeing, the desire to see, the pleasure of seeing. The thief falls in love, of course, and his love sets in motion the rest of the film. This sort of movie is usually called classical, but really, it's romantic. It became Hollywood's claim to fame in the 20s. It's what most people mean when they even say the word movie. It's the mainstream of Hollywood. So Hollywood mainstream films in the 20s were entertaining and romantic, but are themes innovations? Were they innovative? Some of the most popular films of the 20s, the comedies, most certainly were. Three filmmakers, Buster Keaton, Charlie Chaplin, and Harold Lloyd, were the greatest of the American comedy directors. Before them, it was mostly slapstick. This sight gag in a fast-moving train was typical, a good cheap laugh using a bucket of water. He shows that fascination. Keaton became the greatest comic image maker the cinema had yet seen. I thought like an architect. In this sequence in a short film made in 1920, the house he's built becomes a playpen. It falls around you. Keaton helped define silent cinema. He just got it. We've already seen that he got that in editing. A cut replaces one space with another. Here he jokes about it, as if, as he's walking down the street, he's suddenly on a cliff-top. But as this scene shows, he also got that movies are about looking. And he got that they're related to Daredevil. He begins this sequence with an overhead shot to make the building look really high. In the story, Buster must jump between the tall buildings. He had a set built above this Third Street tunnel in LA. Right at the very top of this old archive shot of the tunnel. Keaton's camera position makes him look far higher up than he was. There was a net just below and a shot just as well because Keaton didn't make it. It was
a place like, whoa.
I choose new clinical enamel strength because there's clinical evidence to support that it does strengthen the enamel.
Unlike other value meals, Arby's new $7.99 meat $3 has 3 sides, not just one. It's more meal for your money. Seriously, it's more meal for your money. Arby's, we have.
No!
Since I'm crushing it, I thought about something coaching for donuts. Everyone.
Children.
He was badly bruised. Keaton's inventiveness was often highly planned, but sometimes spontaneous. Here he saw a train arriving, and so improvised the gag to make it look like he himself stopped it. Then started again. One of his greatest movies, The General, was a comedy epic about a train. It's set during the American Civil War. Buster's a southern train driver, a bit eccentric, obsessed by detail. In the first half of the film, he travels north to the captive's lair and rescues his sweetheart. Every visual joke is set up in the first half is repeated and amplified in the second, but in reverse order. We get the pattern. We see the next joke coming, and we're laughing before it even starts. The climax of the film has been called the most stunning visual event ever arranged for a comedy, perhaps for any kind of film. The northern enemies advancing, so Keaton sets fire to a bridge. Their train crosses, the bridge gives way. This is no trick shot. The locomotive and the bridge were real. The wreck of the train was visible from years to come. Such scale, such sublime, was a key element of silent film. Labor was cheap. Wall Street hadn't crashed. Imaginations were extravagant and uncapped. Studios were not yet afraid of the size of directors' dreams. Keaton's dreams outstripped his box office. He was eventually sacked by MGM. He hit the bottle and lived in a trailer in a car park beside his former studio. He was forgotten for years. But as this rare archive footage often shows, Keaton was joking to the end. His little cigarette routine shows he still had the urge to improvise. In 1965, at the Venice Film Festival, he got a standing ovation. He died the next year. Amongst the scores of filmmakers who were influenced by Keaton is Palestine's Ellie Suleiman. This scene shows that Suleiman, like Keaton, filmed in deadpan. He keeps back from the action and finds grumpiness funny. Buster Keaton only once shared the screen with our next great silent film comedian, Charlie Chaplin. In this scene in Limelight, Chaplin shows that whilst he was less into the camera than Keaton, he was far more into body movement.
Chaplin thought like a dancer and a vaudeville. Here he rehearses a comic movement before filming it in costume. Actor and producer Norman Lloyd knew Chaplin and also Alfred Hitchcock. He was born not far from Chaplin.
Hitch came from a middle class family. His father was a poetry dealer, fish and poetry. And Hitch always had an aspiration to be part of that world. Charlie came out of the direst poverty that you can imagine, unbelievable poverty. I mean, stuff like he and his brother Sidney, who's his half brother, stealing fruit, those rotten fruit. They know where the wagon was, the fruit that was to be dumped. They go and get that fruit, eat that fruit. His mother being put into an asylum and out, in and out. I think his father was a drinker. Charlie had such an upbringing that it's a movie.
And never more so than in his first feature-length picture, The Kid, which recreated the rooms and relationships of Chaplin's childhood, cold mornings, worn-out bedding, life in a London garret with a bath on the wall. Chaplin plays a version of his by now famous character, the penniless tramp, who thinks he's a gentleman dilettante, finds an orphan boy and brings him up. The boy starts to work for his dad. He breaks windows so his dad can fix them. Shot in America, of course, but English style windows and doors. Eventually, the boy is taken to an orphanage. Chaplin coaxed a brilliant performance from Jackie Coogan as he's taken away. The film humanized comic cinema. It D.W. Griffithized it, you could say. It showed Chaplin's passionate empathy with the poor. It was a huge hit around the world. Chaplin was cinema's Charles Dickens. He built his own studio in LA in the English style and filmed it in time-lapse. A rare thing to do. It shows his pride in it. He had final cut on his films. His premieres were molded. The studio today looks like a row of English houses point in an Olympus. As a latest scene from his film City Lights, the Chaplin made 10 years later, shows how his mind worked. He's on a street corner, a piece of wood stuck in the internet. Chaplin begins to play with it, to improvise.
Your mental health is better. But having uncontrollable body movements called TD, tonic dyskinesia, can feel embarrassing.
That's sensational.
Impressive.
Something.
Number one prescribed antidepressant reduced TD movements by greater than 10 times, with most seeing a response in 2 weeks.
Yeah, there's no what it is. That's funny. No.
Depression, suicide, thoughts, reactions in patients with Huntington's disease. Call your doctor. People depressed have sudden behavior, mood changes, or suicidal thoughts. When taking Rezed for allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like sudden, potentially fatal swelling and utter sleepiness, and heart rhythm problems. Know when Rezed affects you before operating the car or dangerous machinery. Report fever, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, because these might be life-threatening. Shaking,
These guys are going to me, please, for the love of God.
Controls are to ask the doctor about impressive.
I saw that too, but yeah, I mean, that's not what it is. Everybody probably. On TV. Remember that one?
The Celtics started him as a Marxist. Chaplin was almost a living too, a believer of inspiration and the ideas within yourself. It's like a scanning too, letting his unconscious do its work. "60 years later, the British, like in the First World, also seemed to try to show the unconscious lives of its characters. People act through with their hands, they want to suggest twitches, with energy. Chapman's life seems a little pool of danger.
Get him into custody now, please.
Sally Doman sees ideas in Chapman too.
To be a wonderful choreography has to have an idea, which overwhelms the whole production or dance or whatever you'd like to call it. And that's what's hard to find, a great, wonderful, encompassing idea for the musical number. Well, the idea of him kicking the balloon is a metaphor because it's making the world his toy. And the image is so spectacular that that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. If you can come up with that kind of idea, but it had to be, first he was going to make, I don't know how he thought of it anymore, but he was going to make a film about Adolf Hitler, and he was going to play Hitler. And how was he going to make a buffoon of him, but not make him be the ogre that he was? And that's quite an accomplishment.
Fascism and ballet. Who else would have thought of a scene like this? No one else in the Soviet film combines entertainment, ideas, movement, improvisation, and politics like Chaplin. In France in the 1940s, Chaplin inspired Jacques Tati. The Tati leant forwards and wore short trousers, where Chaplin leant backwards and wore long ones. In Italy, Toto became a huge star, wearing Chaplin's trademark bowler hat and with Chaplin's jolly, confident manner. In a massive film in India, this man, megastar and director Raj Kapoor, modeled his screen character, Tramp, and Chaplin, streetwise, plucky, tipping his hat, stealing from the rich. And in America itself, the great director Billy Wilder saw Chaplin as his master. Gloria Swanson explicitly impersonates him in Sunset Boulevard. But even a moment like this in Chaplin's The Great Dictator, was reworked in this scene, no longer sung like a hawk. Chaplin co-founded the United Artists, the studio that made Some Like It Hot. The studio was one of the great foundation stones of Hollywood, Chaplin was an American cinema's bloodstream, but to the country's shame, it kicked him out in the 50s because he was a leftist.
When you work with a man like Chaplin or Renoir, you assimilate, you hope, their greatness. That is to say, you become part of their world. And you try to not only work on that level, but you absorb something from them. And you begin to have the points of view that they have, not that you disregard your own, but what you bring is the ability to assimilate what they do.
The comedian who was most influenced by Chaplin in the 20s was the Nebraskan son of photographer Harold Lloyd. The first Lloyd was too like Chaplin. Here he shrugs, wears a frock coat, and sports a moustache, but then he and his producer try him in big black rimmed glasses. In those days, this was amazing. With Alan Lloyd's athleticism and the flinty courage that we see here, you get a ballsy dreamer, both aggressive and lyrical, a jock nerd. Lloyd's most influential film, Safety Last, ends with one of the most famous sequences in 20s cinema. He plays a hick who pretends to his girlfriend that he's manager of the store. In the climax of the film, there's a publicity stunt for the store. Lloyd, who had vertigo and a missing thumb and forefinger in one hand in real life, climbs the building. The sequence is a vertical obstacle race. A bird, a net, a plank, a clock, a rope, a dog, a mouse, a gun, and a wind gauge get in Lloyd's way. When he finally reaches the top of the building, the action reaches a crescendo, and he swoops in an arc into the arms of his sweetheart. The climb is a beautiful idea on film. On the other side of the world, Japan's great director Yasujiro Ozu was influenced by the ballsy dreamer. The students in this film have been working out how to cheat at exams. They have Harold Lloyd's confident silliness, his manly boyishness. The comedies were the brightest, most entertaining and innovative things to come out of Hollywood in the 20s. They and the extravagant romance of films like The Thief of Baghdad and all its splendor, its special effects and swoop, made Hollywood a major export industry for America. But something in its very flickering, the fact that the world was a fantasy, made it vulnerable. This architectural dream of Baghdad isn't the real Baghdad, of course. This is the real Baghdad. To say so can shatter the mold. Reality can break fantasy. And in the 20s, several filmmakers already realized this. They wanted to show this real life without the costumes and glitter, non-fiction. In 1921, an Irish-American explorer, Robert Flaherty, made the longest non-fiction film so far in the story of film, Nanook of the North. It's set in Alaska, and there's beautiful but conventional scenic shots like this, but then it focuses on one real Itivinlik man, Nanook, and his family. Nanook of the North was no travelogue. It stared into Nanook's face. It was about his psychology, his mythic struggle against the elements. Like Chaplin and D.W. Griffith, Flaherty was a romantic, but by using non-actors, non-stars, no Douglas Fairbanks or Garbo here. Made the audience look more ethically. As it happens, Flaherty staged this scene and others. The Magic of the North was a huge hit around the world. People had seen a real man, a playful father with a sense of humor on screen. Goodbye Nanook and Screen Brothers. Nanook's death 2 years later of starvation made headlines. And so, documentary as an art form, as a viable genre, was born. Documentary is often thought of as being information, but in fact non-fiction cinema is amongst the most innovative in the story film. Farouk Farrokhzad's Iranian film, The House is Black, used beautiful tracking shots to turn a home for people with leprosy into a film code. In this film essay, Sans Soleil, Chris Marker filmed real places in Japan and elsewhere, then wrote a fictional commentary in which an imaginary woman quotes from made-up letters from the filmmaker.
He wrote, I'm just back from Hokkaido in Northern Ireland. Rich and hardy Japanese take the plane, others take the ferry. Waiting, mobility, snatches of sleep. Curiously, all of that makes me think of the past or future war.
Imagine words on top of non-fiction pictures.
I think that's why I've got so much more about that. I'll take the wildfire as well. Just go back to the place that everyone wants to do.
And director Brian Hill and poet Simon Armitage interviewed this man about his war experiences, then turned his words into poems and had him speak the poems to make his moments magical.
Or burn to the place with a sock in the head. And the British Army is in the place where the running bastard will pass.
Get these men into custody already. For the love of God.
In the 60s, Jurgen Leth made this short documentary, The Perfect Human, in a documentary made nearly 40 years later. Director Lars von Trier asked Leth to remake the original 5 times, each time with a startling new challenge. All these are innovative high points in the story of film, and show the documentary directors from Flaherty onwards were really co-directors. The other half of the directing team was real life itself. Back in earlier in the 20s, maybe it was seeing documentaries like Nanook of the North that led our next filmmaker to use realism to undermine the Hollywood fantasy. The director called Eric von Stroheim took on the establishment. Here he filmed himself square on, looming out of the dark, green, scarred.
Eric von Stroheim was one of the few legitimate geniuses of the early silent days. He was a man of such vision, and he was so great a poet and an artist that he had found nothing but trouble in Hollywood.
Stroheim's drive to realism was more obsessive than Flaherty's. Here he even showed an actress how to do a simple thing, like comb her hair, a small detail in the scene. This is his gigantic 5th film, Greed. The man on the right is a dentist. His wife wins the lottery. The original prints, the money was hand-tinted yellow. As she gets obsessively greedy, so her husband becomes drunken and penniless and beats her. Stroheim shows her agony, her smallness. Eventually the man murders his wife, and in this famous climax, shot in Death Valley, also kills a rival who put him out of business. By now the yellow, the colour of money, has flooded the whole world with this story. And as the man is handcuffed to the body,
What are we even doing here? Seriously, we're late. Why are they gonna kill us? Come on, let's just go. This is stupid.
Let's wait.
That's what I'm working on. 747 deaths.
Every safe flight starts with wonder. At the Aviation Institute of Maintenance, turn passion into a career that keeps the world moving.
Zaxby's just dropped a whole new line of drivers. They're not playing around. Who's got the sauce?
My favorite spring salads are influenced by NBC spring. You take a flower and you can come up with a color palette of yellows, pinks, and then the dashes of greens, all from one petal. Living spaces.
But every day feels the same. One man wants more. I need an adventure. So Ken goes to Expedia. The one place you go to go places.
So if I book my flight now, if I stay later,
Book now or add later. You still save.
thanks, voice in the sky.
The more Ken travels, the more he saves. Bundling flights, stays, and cars. Good Horsey. He even got this rental with his rewards.
And Ken that, it was free.
Ken, in Italy, they also drive a ride. Oh, he's Goosey. Expedia. The one place you go to go places.
so that he himself must perish. The story alone shows Stroheim's contempt for Hollywood romance with a ball, as did his techniques. He shot every scene of the novel by Frank Morse, on which the film was based. 9 months of shooting. Sometimes, as here in the baking heat, actors pushed to their limits, a budget of $1.5 million. The finished movie ran 7 hours. Stroheim was an Amy Zola or Dostoevsky or cinema. Cinematographer Carl Brown.
Early in his life, he was visited by such very great humiliation, such deep inward psychic wounds, that there came in him an insane desire to use his genius as a weapon.
MGM hated the results. Stroheim's ultra-realism became a stigma. He didn't get to direct many old films. Here in 1948, he returns to his home city of Vienna to direct a film, but nothing came of it. In 1950, he saw the cut version of Greed and cried. He said that the film was dead. In the same year, Stroheim played the Detective Buck in Billy Wilder's Sunset Boulevard. In this famous scene, Wilder shows fictional movie star Norma Desmond watching one of her old movies. The clip is from a sublime, extravagant war movie from the 1920s, Uma Kelly. It was directed, way back then, by none other than the sublime, extravagant Eric von Stroheim, for complicated reasons, the movie never saw the light of day. 2 years after von Stroheim's Greed, another MGM film tried to portray 20s America with far more realism than romantic cinema. It became the greatest pre-Wall Street crash social problem picture of its time. The Pride tells the story of an ordinary New York couple. They have a child, she dies. In this heartbreaking scene, the father thinks his dead daughter is merely sleeping, and so tries to hush the street noise so that it will not disturb her slumber. The Pride's director, King Vidor, met James Joyce in Paris. He adored G.W. Griffith's Ideas epic in Florence. It was that rare Hollywood beast and intellectual. His films almost never feature villains and were written mostly by women. Vidor pushed realism and acting beyond the Hollywood norm. Here, filmed the leading actress cried in static shot, on large take. No fancy clothes or set, just her growing despair. The Pride was the first movie to use New York extensively as a location. Vidor used hidden cameras. He cast an unknown actor, James Murray, instead of a star. To show the scale of the office where the husband worked, he designed this magnificent sequence. An overhead studio crane shot finds John among the other identical desks. Billy Wilder repeated it in the apartment. Bittersweet reworking of Vidor's film.
He's got a serious track.
He dissolved through to Wilder's Everyman, played by Jack Lemmon, at the very center of the frame. And Orson Welles used the same visual idea in the trial, exaggerating it by creating posts and using small people and even dolls and smaller desks in the background to force the perspective. MGM was uneasy about the crowd's refusal to romanticize ordinary New York life. He made Vidor shoot 7 different endings in various shades of optimism.
You see, for a studio to glamour pictures and happy endings, which it was for then and many years afterwards, to have a realistic picture which put the spotlight on marriage and on any kind of American life, and then you can't have a happy ending on that. It's just wouldn't fit. But the studio didn't know, they were lost sort of how to end this picture happily. So we made actually 7 endings and tried it out, 7 previews with the various endings. And finally I came up with the ending when he's lost again in the crowd, and the camera moves back and back and back.
The Pride sums up a lot of cinema of the 20s and 30s. It showed mass society emerging. It focused on the everyman, as French films would do. It showed the kinetic energy of cities themselves, their rhythms and compositions, like the German movies of Fritz Lang and Walter Ruppmann, and the Soviet films of Zia Berta. In the Soviet Union itself in the 20s, this wonderful film played with the rebellious idea of realism in cities. We're on Mars. It's all animals, diagonals, modernist costumes. This is Queen Aelita. She's shown Earth for the first time and sees the city.
No!
A batch. Then a focus group to a balcony in Moscow. The Queen has glimpsed something real, Earth, and she wants it. We'll get to the famous Soviet films of the 20th century with those by this director, Yakov Kutazov, and are quite melancholy. Kutazov worked at the same time as the director of this film, Evgeny Bauer. A scholar studies in his room, has some side writing. The scholar's amateur lives. Bauer uses an open door to create a slit on the screen like a remote. Later, when the scholars study, daring for the time, the main searchlight is in the shot, here in the foreground. Really natural. Later, the scholar sees a beautiful actress on stage, then, astonishingly, gets a letter from her, asking to meet. He waits for her in the snow. She arrives in the background of this shot, a daring composition, filmed in natural light. And then the actress dies, and the scholar begins to dream of her. Here, in a field, she walks into a beam of intense light. At the end of the film, on his deathbed, exhausted and lamenting, the scholar's aunt consoles him. Then Bauer dissolves from nighttime blue to black and white. The ghost of the actress is in the real shade, and so the scholar stirs once more. His aunt can't see the actress, of course, and becomes upset. Where romantic cinema was usually optimistic, these early Russian films were laments, pessimistic, about the realism of grief and loss and longing. You'd think that films like Nanny of the North and Grieve and Cry and those of Evgeny Bauer would be the last word in realism in cinema at this time, but no. One profoundly serious Danish filmmaker challenged romantic and fantasy cinema with such deeply felt realism. He was almost a one-man reformation, undercutting the emotionalism of mainstream cinema with a spiritual spareness. Look at this scene from The Passion of Joan of Arc. Joan, a 15th century French Catholic girl, who was accused of witchcraft, has just signed a statement denying God as he women. The The actress Nigel Committee had never been in a movie before, in which she will be. She's filmed only a few seconds. There's almost no makeup. You can see her freckles. Her eyelashes are not even tears. Paul Kennedy's hair was cropped just before the scene was shot. The filming was done in silence. Such an atmosphere on the set that even some of the electricians cried. Look at that lighting and focus. No depth to the image. Nothing in the background. No scent or shadows. The walls are painted pink to remove their glare, so as not to detract from Falconetti's face. The set designer, Herman Barham, painted the shadows and brown hair. The film was directed in France by a Dean, Carl Theodor Dreyer, who grew up in a straight Protestant family. Falconetti and the others are speaking. Dreyer hadn't said the actual words that were spoken at the trial nearly 500 years earlier. He thought this gave the same conviction. The 90s now, Lars von Trier.
Trier is fantastic. Why? He the same thing that he did with the Paul, he also did with the script. He started with very simple script, kind of refused to do. I don't know what he did, but it had this monumental feeling of course of producing for maybe this is like very good soup, just producing for a long time. I don't know why he's great, but I think that goes for everybody was supposed to be David. It's really difficult to say, but it was for me to see his film. It's really it's thankful that it's difficult to say that people are great because it's feel very strongly, and if you don't feel strongly, that's
Dreyer was born out of wedlock, adopted, and brought up in Lutheran. He lived here. He went to churches like this. Though he didn't believe in God, the purity and cleanness of Lutheran churches seemed to have formed Dreyer's inner eye. He's the master of pared down decor.
We could take a program in semi-indictment for English. And for us, next week.
Make me feel so miserable.
Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms, so you can start feeling better the same day. Save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
What if AI can handle your most repetitive tasks? With Google Workspace Studio, you can automate workflows, track action items, and more, simply by describing your goal. Go from deadline to done with Google Workspace.
Arby's new meat and 3 box for just $7.99 is a 4-course meal deal. Unlike other value meals, this box won't leave you hungry. Wow, can you believe all this food fits in one box? Arby's, we have the meats.
Maybe change your name and keep it going. Man, you never talk to us, baby, get down, play. I did a good man. Put it in the head, and we look at play, they must be see up. The big with the tin,
Så fandt jeg i den ærme, der foregik i kantinen, og hvor man ligger til den køkken, som om det var hendes eget, og så det som selv følte til Asien. Og hun kom slæben på masser af ting, der var hjemme i køkken, og tallerken og alt muligt, og det vidste jeg ikke ret efter min følelse. Og da hun var færdig, så tog hun op væsen, og jeg tog op udrullet. Alle ting, fjernet det, stykke for stykke, og til sidst var man kunne gøre ting tilbage. Men der i denne forening, i form af støvkøkkenet, mad klar, som det var en mærke i mange ting.
Even in his first film, The President, he seems to want to simplify and purify his images in a Protestant way. Sets the time are usually cluttered like this. Soon he started to film on misty days or into the light to soften the imagery. The shots became clearer, lighter. His haunting vampire home clear features shadows against a light wall. They have a life in their own. And in its famous ending, the vampire's accomplice dies by suffocating in a white flower. Driver's utterly spare use of whiteness was relied on Venice. Hollywood romantic cinema was supposed to be decorated, full of detail, not blank. No other director in the story of film cared so much about whiteness, its simplicity, its spirituality. At the end of his film Ornette, the word, a woman comes to life in a white, entirely undecorated room. In Dreyer's last film, many years later, a woman believes so completely in the power of love that he films her as if through a white screen, as if in heaven. And she says this.
Let's try first. Taste of home, slow cooker, sweet and sour pork. I would recommend it. It's easy and it tastes good. There's lots of it.
It's hard not to see why his radical reduction is set in decor and large one triggers completely set the This was the opposite of romantic Hollywood cinema, a million miles away from the decorative splendor of The Thief of Baghdad.
You can be spiritual without stepping over into the body. So step and don't forget to down her.
This is the original screenplay from Dreyer's film Joan of Arc. He sketched an idea for an image in the film in the margin. Dreyer had purged silent cinema of its spectacle, its decoration, its action, its dome. What was left was a girl facing her God, facing the camera. Years later, France's great maverick director, Jean-Luc Godard, and his lover and muse, Anna Karenina, go to the cinema, and his film Vie sa vie, the film she saw, was The Passion of Joan of Arc. Dreyer's Scandinavian spiritualism and fatalism was a universal from this place, Hollywood. Escapist romantic movies were what most people saw in movie palaces like these. Places you'd go after a hard day's work to forget your troubles, to see what utopia might feel like. The realist directors of the 20s hardly got a look in these places, but they'd seen something brilliant in the movies, the ability to capture reality and make it splendid and moving. And this was just the start. Filmmakers in Germany, France, Russia, Japan, and China would see other great things in the film strip. Their discoveries would make the 1920s the greatest decade in the story of film.
Ready to refresh your space for less? At Living Spaces, thoughtful design and direct sourcing keep prices low while quality stays high. Get this sofa for $295, this queen bed for $195, and this dining set for $295. Updating every room is within reach. Only at Living Spaces. Living Spaces.
It was a special offer on the 2026 Cadillac Lyric.
In this chapter, we meet the dazzling filmmaker Sergei Eisenstein and discover the glories of Japanese film in the 1930s. What great years for cinema were the 1920s and early 30s. Entertainment cinema was at its most graceful. Yet the various directors around the world challenged its vision.
You go with peanuts and some water chestnuts too. Baby corn.
Entertainment and romantic cinema of the 20s. People looked like this. Soft lighting, shallow focus, makeup, dream. But as we've seen, some of the first rebels were the great realist directors. In a scene like this, scrubbed mainstream cinema with its fantasy, its gloss, even its makeup. This was only the beginning of the revolution of romantic cinema in these years. Around the world, 7 further sets of rebels saw in film new 20th century ways of getting beneath the surface of what it's like to be alive. Film was their laboratory. The glory of 20s and early 30s cinema was a result of their obsessions, ideals, and societies. After the realists, the second challenge to conventional cinema in the 20s came from this man, Ernst Lubitsch. At first he acted in movies. He's like an inept seducer, overacting, an adolescent almost. In the films he directed, he mocked the heavy-handed, almost Victorian way of sex and love that were shown in movies, and came up with a style that was all his own. This scene from his early film, The Oyster Princess, shows Lubitsch's mocking, subversive tone. A capitalist smokes a ridiculously fat cigar. He has an army of stenographers and his assistants of cultural black. And few directors anyone in the world who is visually daring as Lubitsch. In this film, The Mountain Cat, a girl falls in love with a lieutenant, so he gives her his heart. She eats it. Snowmen come to life and play music. The film is a riot of surreal production design. The screen masking is even more daring. Such virtuosity was noticed by others, of course, and The Mountain Cat was Lubitsch's last film before moving there. American censorship meant that Lubitsch had to be inventive in how he portrayed sexuality there. Look at this scene in his hugely successful American film, The Marriage Circle. The psychiatrist and his wife are at breakfast. You see a close-up of an egg. They have a coffee. She stirs her coffee. Then his hand disappears. Then hers. The breakfast is pushed aside. The more urgent urge than that to eat is overtaken. Lubitsch films nothing of their lovemaking, of course, but his use of objects is a cinematic equivalent of a raised eyebrow, far more daring than his suggestion of sexuality in Chapman or Keaton or Lloyd. Lubitsch went on to make more sparkling comedies in America in the 30s and 40s and ran a Paramount studio. Billy Wilder, who made Double Indemnity and Some Like It Hot, had this sign on his office wall: "How would Lubitsch do it?" Where Lubitsch was innovative with film comedy, the third assault on the conventions of 20th cinema came from this city, Paris. The pioneering Lumiere brothers had been influenced by Impressionist painters, and now filmmakers like Germain Dulac, Abel Gance, and Marcel Verdier used cinema in an Impressionist way too. Like this, our restless eyes darting around, scanning, not cutting. This showed how people actually see things and how mental images repeat and flicker. This film, Larry, is a grand work of Impressionism. It strangely begins with images of its writer, producer, director, Abel Gance. Then tells the story of complex love triangle. One of the men in the triangle falls off a cliff. The woman who wants to see her and feel fear for him. Then his own fear makes images of his daughter flash in his inner eye. We're inside his head. The movie screen becomes his inner idea. Romantic cinema and headlights. And explanations always have been made. Here, some of the most shots, passages, when the reason, actually finds this should be used in the moment. In flashbacks, giving us the impression of his final moments. The poet and filmmaker Jean Cocteau later said, "There's cinema before and after Larry, just as there's painting before and after Picasso." The Soviet directors Pudovkin, Eisenstein, and Hevchenko studied in Moscow. The Gance hadn't yet peaked. In the following 4 years, he wrote, directed, and edited a 4-hour Impressionist film about the early life of Napoleon Bonaparte, the French Revolution, national hero, and militarist, portraying his main character as a tragic hero and making mainstream romantic cinema ecstatic in comparison. He captured the diamonds of the world, his fist fights and horse rides and battle trials and storms at sea. Gomes rethought the camera's relationship to movement. Gomes had a fur-covered sponge mounted around the lens so that the boys could punch the right object and not get hurt. The first of Napoleon's Leonardo Costa, Gomes attached a compressed air-powered camera to the side of the horse to capture Bonaparte's kinetic energy. How did Gomes talk such dynamism at the climax of the movie when Napoleon enters Italy? Orlando, which the film fails to condemn. How would he outdo the epic hero in Round 6 of Astronomy's career and the other with his intolerance, which had come before? Here's the answer. The film has 3 cameras mounted on top of each other, each pointing in a slightly different direction. Audiences had to turn their heads to see the new spectacle. Napoleon had its world premiere here at the Paris Opera. The Los Angeles Times called it the measure for all other films ever. But despite such a claim, it was shown infrequently. In 1979, after a mammoth restoration of the negative by British historian Kevin Brown, Napoleon was triumphantly screened here at the Telluride Film Festival in Colorado. Gomes, then aged 89, traveled to the screening and watched the film from his hotel room across the street in the outdoor cinema. The last time he saw his masterpiece of impressionist filmmaking. In Germany in the late 1910s and 20s, the fourth innovative challenge in mainstream romantic cinema emerged. Directors wanted to show deeper aspects of the human mind in the French Impressionism of Alain Gomes. Influenced by the so-called expressionist painters and theatre designers, whose work was jagged like a broken mirror, they began making expressionist films. Less than 30 were made, but they were exported all around the world. Germany had just been defeated in an appalling war, but because it closed its borders to foreign films in 1916, its homegrown film industry was stimulated. The most influential of the expressionist movies was this one, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, directed by Robert Wiener, which was made before Chaplin's first feature, or the accession of Emperor Hirohito in Japan. It was full of fear, haunting murders, graphic rooms. Where studio filmmakers filmed indoors, excluding daylight, and Scandinavians did the opposite. Director Wiener and his chief designer, Herman Barm, found an apparently revolutionary third way. They flooded their set with flat light and then painted shadows directly onto the walls and floor. Cesare, a sleepwalker on shore fairgrounds, murders the enemies of his master, Dr. Caligari, at night. This story had a political edge. Caligari represented the controlling German state. Cesare represented ordinary people manipulated by it. The director Wiener and his producer Erich Homer removed the film's political right by adding this ending. It shows the whole thing was the dream of a madman, Wiener, and that Dr. Caligari is not evil after all, and that the German state doesn't control its people. Filming took place here at the Babelsberg Studio near Berlin. The film's bizarre imagery took the question of point of view in cinema Further, even in the French Impressionists, the film's spaces, sliced like shards of glass, which jarred lighting, show the extreme mental state of the figure. Caligari has echoed down the years. This film, Charles Klein's Telltale Heart, shows its direct influence. The seminal British director Alfred Hitchcock, who had worked in Germany, made his first important film, The Lodger, with some of the shadowing and hysteria of Caligari. But the most astonishing outgrowth of the cabinet of Dr. Caligari came in Japan in the early 20s. Former actor Tensuke Kunigasa saw it and Abel Gance's La Rue, and then made this film, A Page of Madness. This is the opening scene, A Tempest, and Asylum, visual overlays, fast cutting as in La Rue. A woman dancing in an Art Deco setting, the woman's in the asylum. In complex flashbacks, we find out that she's trying to drown her child. Her husband takes a job in the asylum to try to help her. Then his mental state deteriorates too. A Page of Madness goes further than Caligari because it's not just the central character who's psychotic. The film itself, its editing and imagery seems psychotic too. The Page of Madness combined the fleeting techniques of impressionism with the deep unease of expressionism, and is the second great Japanese film that exists after Souls on the Road. Back in Germany, Fritz Lang, the Viennese son of an architect, started making films about the deep structure of society rather than the surface claims it makes for itself. Lang made the most iconic film of the silent era, a movie that might have been made by an architect. Metropolis, set in the year 2000, tells the story of clashes between workers and an authoritarian industrialist in a giant city. Like a fantasy New York, roads and railways in the sky, brilliant model shots. The young woman, Maria, inspires the workers and is almost Christ-like, but the industrialist builds a robot that looks like her to manipulate the masses. The robot is a deco mannequin, lit with flashing lights, symmetrically framed. The astonishing opening eyes of the woman enhanced by makeup. But in the end, Maria and the industrialist's son saved the city, and workers and owners united in a scene that seems to take place on the steps of a cathedral.
The most affordable German engineered car brand in America is also the most fun. With high performance handling, style, and space. Not to mention, inducing turbo. What are you waiting for? Get in the driver's seat during Volkswagen Driver Days. Get 0% APR for 60 months on the new 2026 Atlas during Volkswagen Driver Days.
Get fast, powerful relief of your worst symptoms, like nasal congestion. Claritin clears.
Now is no time for the unexpected. It's Kettle time. Kettle's quick response AC heating and plumbing experts are there every time. It's a nick of time to service your home system. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
My favorite cut of meat to grill would be ribeye. I'm using Westbone Red Ruby. I love it for the flavor. I love it for its tenderness. I love it for how well marbled it is.
Allowing cityscapes and robotics, exploitation and urban paradise were profoundly influential. The Hollywood director King Vidor loved Metropolis, and as a result, there are expressionist echoes of it in his city film, The Crowd. Adolf Hitler liked Metropolis, and the inmates of the Nazi concentration camp Mauthausen compared the huge ramp that they had to build to this one from Metropolis. Metropolis was shot here over a year and a half, using 2 million feet of film and 36,000 extras. Cities were scary things in the 20s, but poetic too. In this expressionist masterpiece, Sunrise, a man and wife walk through the world together, so wrapped up in each other, they don't notice the traffic around them. The city becomes nature. And there's city again. Then joy becomes tragedy. On the way back from the city, the wife seems to drown in a lake. Grief-stricken, the man brings the city and a woman from it. A woman who tried to seduce him. She showed him visions of bright light, of dancing. She's a symbol of greed and speed. Sunrise was made by the German director Erwin Müller, one of the greatest directors who ever lived. This is him, a tall man on the street, dancing in sunrise. Looking a bit awkward and shy as he did in real life. Although Müller actually made the film in Hollywood. Unusually, he offered people freedom to do so. You had this gigantic city set built and made most of the subtle lighting effects available in Hollywood. In the end, the city woman, the symbol of modernity and avarice, leaves, and the life of the man and the wife becomes like a German romantic painting. Sunrise was voted the best film of all time by French critics. The French poetic realists of the 1930s considered Müller their master. They seemed to see into the human heart more than other directors, and make haunting visuals. Müller died in a car crash in California in 1931. This is his death mask. In both Germany and France in the 20s, movies had become intellectually fashionable. They were all the rage in art schools. And so it's no surprise that experimental artists and filmmakers pushed movies even further away from the Hollywood norms than German expressionism. They were the fifth set of rebels to challenge conventional cinema in the 20s and 30s. Walter Brueggemann's opus number 1 looked like biology. He painted on glass, filmed the result, wiped the wet paint, added more, and filmed again. One of the first abstract animations. Dada was an art movement of mockery, anarchy, and comedy. In 1924, the Dadaist Francis Bucalia commissioned this film, Entr'acte, to play Nato in a ballet. Renee Claire, the former journalist who made it, put the camera in places that a conventional ballet could only dream of, right underneath the dance or at the barrel of a dancing cannon. Said Picabia of the result, it respects nothing but the desire to burst out laughing. Also in France, the Brazilian Alberto Cavalcanti made this haunting experimental film. It was about seeing a city, this ordinary life, the power of imagery to reveal the book. Nearly 20 years later, the surrealist Salvador Dali used its imagery of multiple lives in a dream sequence he designed for Alfred Hitchcock's film, Spellbound.
Seem to be a camera now. But there weren't any walls, just a lot of curtains for eyes painted.
Back in 1926, Dali had spent 3 years talking about dreams and desires with Luis Buñuel, Spanish son of landowners. Inspired by this conversation, they wrote a screenplay for this film and Chien Andalou, directed by Buñuel. It starts with an image of Buñuel smoking. There's a cutthroat music. He sees a cloud going across the moon, and either he or the film imagines it as something else. The razor cutting a woman's eye. A shocking free association, an attempt to show how the unconscious works. Then a man dressed as a woman falls off his bike. He's been carrying a box. This is the box. The man appears to the woman whose eye has been sliced. Ants are coming out of his hand. Dissolved to a woman's armpit, and then a sea urchin. These last 3 shots are again free associations. Maybe excitement and fear about sex. This was a wildly innovative way of editing. And Chien Andalou was a direct influence in several later films, including David Lynch's Blue Velvet, especially this strange erotic discovery of an ant-covered ear.
Del Taco's crispy jumbo shrimp tacos. Get 2 for just $6. Only at Del Taco.
Need better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Get Cox 300 meg internet with a 2-year plan, price lock guarantee, plus equipment included. Switch today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Get this exceptional offer on a 2026 Cadillac Optic.
Dreammaker has the better than Living Spaces Sleep Set. You can enjoy more space for less with our King for Queen offer on select mattresses. Get fast free shipping and discover your best price right away. Upgrade and save only at Living Spaces Sleep Set.
Living Spaces!
Buñuel's next film, the feature-length L'Âge d'Or, is still shocking. A man and woman are trying to make love in the mud. A crowd of bourgeois people and clergy stops them. Then the man seems to have an image of a woman on a toilet. The toilet bowl seems to burn, dissolve to lava. back to the man. The film was premiered here on December the 3rd, 1930. Members of the Fascist League of Patriots hurled ink at the screen and attacked the audience. A Spanish newspaper called it the new poison which Judaism and Masonry want to use in order to corrupt the people. It was out of distribution for 50 years. It pretty well, and Large Door completely rejected the content of romantic cinema. Our sixth set of dissidents completely rejected its form. They were the most manic of them all. In two revolutions, Russia dashed toward its total modernity, tried to make society more equal, and violently removed its old ruling class. It set life in a spin. One of the children of the revolution, Mary Whiskey Zigabyatov, whose name means spinning top, made this music. The camera attached to a tree, worshipping the worker presence. The boss of the Soviet Union, V.I. Lenin, said, "Of all the arts, for us, cinema is the most important." He allowed Sergei Eisenstein, that art's most brilliant innovator. This is his first film. Actors perform, love for the camera. Eisenstein was one of the most complex people in the story of film. He was a Marxist on the outside, and an engineer too, and perhaps a Christian inside that, and Jewish, and bisexual. He made this film about a mutiny on a battleship. The mutineer supporters on land come to pay their respects. Then the military opens fire. Eisenstein asked himself how he should show the horror of the murder. It said that he was eating a cherry and threw away the stone. It's bouncing down steps gave him an idea. Steps, he thought, are like the world tilted forwards to form a stage. Eisenstein decided to film the murder on such a stage. He cascaded the murdered people down steps. He studied landmine technology and so said that he needed a moment to detonate the murder. This is what he came up with. A huge caption. Really fast shots of a woman's head in the shoulder. His mother realizes her whole reaction to her. The faces in it, mask, primal. And this her him. She walks in the corner in the light. The camera's mostly been on the left, near the bottom of the steps. There's here, top right, a mother of D.W. Griffith, Eisenstein and Julian Griffith. Her prime teeters, her dying body pushes it. It becomes like a cherry stone, falls through the kiln field. It's hard to stop your heart racing. That's a step sequence. It's panic, which is what Eisenstein wanted. He called what we've just seen the montage of attractions. When we look at it as a step sequence on screen, the RV stepping on the board moves us. It leads from the screen to us. Seeing the pram moves us. The emotions come from the screen to us. In our heads, the two things collide and create the idea of innocence slaughtered by the state, desire, 1 + 1 = 3. Eisenstein says that he applied the mind of the audience. Battleship Potemkin premiered in this cinema, built in 1909, one of the oldest in the world. The film took the world by storm. Charlie Chaplin loved it. This is Eisenstein's stuff. Walt Disney admired Eisenstein. 62 years later, Brian De Palma paid homage to the Odessa Step sequence in his violent American film, The Untouchables. The same pram, a distraught mother, who didn't hear her screams as if the film was silent. Stringent editing. Shots only a few seconds long, like Eisenstein. Parallel, shooting around the staircase. Some say that Eisenstein's movies justify violence. The people of his field, standing around planning, surrounded by Eisenstein's books, disagrees.
What Eisenstein did also in Potemkin is not a kind of school for revolutionaries. It was very longer tradition in the 30s. Yeah. Eisenstein teaches how to make a revolution. Just opposite for him, brotherhood was brotherhood is the law of resistance. And this film is a result of this idea of happiness on the earth, and also peaceful life, and of the violence. This is actually, film is against violence in any form. And if propaganda, then for brotherhood, but not for hate.
The humanism of Eisenstein. A humanism that's hard to mystery. Eisenstein spotted humanism in another great Soviet director of the 20s. One night he went to the premiere of a film by this Ukrainian, Alexander Dovzhenko. As the film finished, Eisenstein said, "Mama, what goes on here?" Here's what goes on in Dovzhenko's film Arsenal. It's set in a complex time in Ukrainian political history. There's a war. Women stand motionless in the sunshine in dead villages. It's like the women can hear the song of the war inside their heads. The German goes mad with laughing gas. An astonishing image of a soldier dead, half buried, but smiling. Alexander Sokolov on Lovchenko.
Потому что он первым открыл чувство воображения, первым показал практически, как можно выразить атмосферу, быть бесконечно искренним. Ну что необычно? Идет человек, можно пойти по ночной дороге, пыльной, да, и от какого-то счастья начинает танцевать. Ну что такое необычно? Вдруг его стреляет, и он падает. И сердце обрывается. Начинаешь думать, ну почему, что в этом такого, что до него этого никто не сделал? Ну почему? Это так просто.
Here's the original screenplay of Lovchenko's film, Arsenal. It's still housed in Vidik, the film school where Eisenstein taught, in this very room. Lenin died, of course, and Stalin came along. And the spinning, running brilliance of Soviet editing died too. Eisenstein went on to create more masterpieces, and he died in 1948. The seventh challenge to the Hollywood model to romantic entertainment cinema in the 20s and early 30s comes from a completely different world, the floating world, Japan. Japan fought most of the world in the 1930s and 40s, and in its air raids killed millions. As if to compensate, as if in horror, its movie makers made the most humanistic films of their times. The most challenging of the films were made by the gentle rebel who buried in this grave outside Tokyo. People across the globe, as we did, leave it here. As you can see, they leave whiskey and wine because the person who lies was a drunk. There's no name on the grave, no date of birth or death, just the Japanese character, the moon, nothingness, and void. The man who's buried here, Yasujiro Ozu, was a kind of philosopher, but more importantly, perhaps the greatest director who ever lived. No interview footage of Ozu exists. He didn't marry, never worked in a factory, and didn't go to university. But for 30 years, he made films about the calm lives of married people, factory workers, and students. He's thought of as a very serious director, yet the first movie in which his mature style emerged, this one, I Was Born But, is an exquisite zany comedy about two boys, brothers. Naturalistic performances filmed on a low tripod of the boys' height. They move to a new suburb. An existing gang of boys squares up to them. A battle of rules and boyhood humors. Brothers think that their dad's a great man. Then we see them in an amateur film, goofing for his boss, and what we do, humiliated. This turns their lives upside down. They go on hunger strike. Legendary critical filmmaker John Ritchie.
I Was Born But is a 1932 film
Earn your customers' trust. Get recognized for it. Rupees. For 2 years in a row, J.D. Power has ranked AAA #1 for auto insurance customer satisfaction in the Southwest.
Monday, March 16th, it's live at the Oscar Show. Brandon Ryan, plus Leanne Morgan, and performance by Dr. Shaw, with special guest Andrew Day.
When your furnace taps out, the space heater parade begins. Sky-high bills and still freezing toast. Gettle's been keeping homes safe and warm since 1939. Call Gettle today. We'll do it the right way, not the easy way.
And it's a silent film. And they're very extremely rare. Almost all the programs, I would say about 90% of all silent films have been destroyed in Japan by natural causes, the earthquake, or by unnatural causes like the bombing of Tokyo. Ozu himself said that it's supposed to be a comedy, but it came out sort of dark, said Ozu. And so this extraordinarily honest film tells a lot about society, a lot about kids, a lot about fathers. Is something with the balance is so right that it's a masterpiece. That's one of the many ironies of the film. The boys have adjusted. The boys could adjust to anything. They adjusted to their empty stomachs when they eat their breakfast. They adjusted to their fathers being an idiot. They've adjusted to that. They're starting to adjust to the ways of the adult world, which is their father's told is a false world to live in. They'll probably never question it again. And what we saw was the last of their innocence. They'll become equipped for society now.
Which is
Yeah, because society isn't worth all that. And Ozu seems to be telling us that this kind of innocence, exemplified by the boys, is precious. And that'd be one reason it doesn't last.
The boys discover what Japan itself was about to discover in World War II. The emperor was just an ordinary man. Ozu was a great dethroner, or like Akira Kurosawa, didn't believe in heroes, very unholy. The boys see that people are merely decent. Resignation and disappointment are part of growing up. Ozu's brilliant at what it feels like to grow up, what the Japanese call man with no eye, the sadness, time passing. Here's Kyoko Kagawa, Japan's legendary actress, who worked for Kurosawa, Mizuguchi, Meruza, and Ozu, who famously framed her in mid-shot, always looking at the camera. The guy played his daughter in Ozu's most acclaimed film, Tokyo Story. Later in the film, the mother takes ill, and the daughter fans her to cool her body.
例えば私の場合はお母さんが病気で倒れてうちわでこう仰いであげてるそれで手を下ろしてこう時計を見て駅にお兄さんたちに迎えに来ますっていう感じなんですけどうちわを5回だったから動かしたら手を下ろして時計を乗せておっしゃったんですね。その通りにやったんですけどその時になんかこう監督さんのリズムみたいな終わりなのかなって思ったんですけれど大体カメラの位置が低くて床を見せないでこう低いとこう天井も入るしなんか立体感がなんかそういう考えがあったように思いますね。
Gala's story gets to the crux of Ozu. He used film like no other director before or since. It was the norm in the 30s to have a camera at this height, filming from hip height rather than shoulder height, with the camera at the body's center of gravity, and therefore give the image a better feeling of balance. This seldom happened in cinemas. In the 70s, Chantal Akerman's groundbreaking film Jeanne Diamant was one of the few movies which used Ozu's camera height. And this was only the start of Ozu's innovations. As we've seen, actors' eyelines in mainstream cinema were usually like this, but in Ozu movies, we're often here. In conventional films, when actors talk to each other, the camera would usually be at this angle to them, about 45 degrees. This, as we've seen, was to make it look as if the actor's eyes connected across the cut. Also, brought his camera right round between the actors, into the scene, at 90 degrees. The actors didn't seem to quite look at each other, but the composition of the images matched each other visually. Also, he was very interested in matching the shots, whether they were of human beings or, say, interiors in a house looking down a corridor. The more you watch, the more you feel the order of the space in his movies. His frames were windows on very balanced pictorial worlds. It follows that Ozu hated the human body to break the frame, and so he filmed from far enough back to ensure that if someone stood up, the head didn't disappear like this. And he used lenses of about 50 millimeters, so that faces or spaces weren't overly bulging, as happens on a 20 or 30 millimeter lens. And he added pauses in his films. This boiling kettle doesn't just give the story a breather, it gives the space a breather too. That adds a moment of compositional emptiness, muse and void, just as it said in his grave. Ozu, like the Renaissance artists, was interested in centering the human body, and, like the Buddhists, in decentering the human ego. And as a result, his movies are far away from the streaming emotion of romanticism or Hollywood. They're the most balanced in movie history. It's hard to imagine any American director getting away with breaking the rules of filmmaking so completely. So how does Ozu get away with it? Part of the answer lies in the fact that the Japanese studio system was, in the 1920s and 30s, director rather than producer led. These are the very rooms in Tohoku where a future director, Akira Kurosawa, found his seminal film, The Seven Samurai, in the 1950s. This man built some of his sets. Studios like these were what Orson Welles called the biggest train set in the world. Ozu, when a producer, would record his shots in such spaces too. Another of Japan's great innovative directors who worked at the same time as Ozu, and his best work comes from the 30s onwards, was Kenji Mitsubishi. Mitsubichi's attitude was balanced to being modern. With arrogance, especially the noble pretensions of the samurai, and focusing there, Japanese war, and rise of the This film, for example, is about Ayoko, the telephone operator, who for money reasons is forced into prostitution and is employed as a geisha. The topic was very personal for Mitsubishi. He grew up in real poverty, and his sister was sold to a geisha house. What's striking here is the boldness and staging of the scene. Ayoko is in the extreme foreground, yet there's action in the far background. Such staging was very rare at the time and comes 5 years before Orson Welles' similar staging in Citizen Kane. The boy Kane in the far background, but still in focus, is having an idyllic childhood experience in the snow that he will remember on his deathbed. The latter's visual boldness is rightly praised, but Mitsubishi got there first.
まず、そういう人
Kyoko Kakawa worked with Mitsubishi much later in the 1950s.
で溝口監督は一切演技指導を出さないでセットに入りますと監督さんが椅子に座ってらしてじゃあやってみてくださいとおっしゃるだけなんですね。ですから俳優の演技をご覧になってそれからカメラ位置を決めるというそういう演出のなさり方だと思います。
In this film, Chikamatsu's story, she plays Busan, who's married to a pompous husband. In this scene, he thinks she's having an affair, so says that she should commit suicide. A devastating moment. In romantic cinema, it would be shot close up and brightly lit, but Mitsubishi cuts away from the expressed emotion behind Kagawa. So we can't see her distraught face. Instead of weeping with her, we feel moral indignation at her plight.
それと、溝口監督独特の教え方でしたけれども、そのリアクションを反射してください。相手の言葉とか、動きに反射してください。それをよく見て、反射してくださいということも、本当に何回も言われましたからね。だから芝居というのは、自分の番が来たからセリフを言うとか言うんじゃなくて、相手の動きとかセリフに反応して、初めて自分の言葉が出てくるんだっていうことを、とても教えられましたから、黒さんのそういうシーンが多かったので。
Kagawa's husband in Chikamatsu's story is so horrible that her character Usan flees with another man, Morty. Mitsubishi was known as a woman's director, and Kagawa feels that she learned much from him, especially in this scene.
何でやっても OK になくて、監督さんは一切どこが悪い、どこをこうしなさいっておっしゃらないのですから、どうしていいかわからなくて、何回もテストしているうちに、私は本当に疲れてしまって、全く意識なくこう、転んでしまったんでもバターンとこう、胸も打ってしまったし、ものすごく痛かったんですけれども、でもそうした時に、その瞬間に、こう、なんていうんですかね、自分でもわからないんだけど、この中からこうわーっとこう湧き上がってくるような感情が感じまして、そのままこっちにいる萌えにそのままぶつかっていってラブシーンになるわけですけど、そしたら 本ができます。おっしゃったんですね。ですからその時に、その時は分からなかったんですけど、後から考えてやっぱり芝居っていうのは後で考えてはいけないんだ。自分の体でぶつかっていく余計なものを全部そのようとして体で心からぶつかっていかないしちゃいけないんだなっていうことを教えられたと思いますね。ですからそれが芝居の根本でなきゃいけないんだなっていうことを教えられたんです。スカッと今でも忘れない。また自分が繰り返し見るたびに、その時にこう、自分の中に秘密っていうのが蘇ってくるんですね。
Back in the 30s, Mitsubishi ended the story of telephonist Ayako with her on a bridge contemplating suicide because she's been labeled as a raccoon woman. It's a key moment in the story of film.
Get them into custody now. What is this even? Get that thing into custody now. For Christ's sake. You have to. Get these men into custody now.
Called Mildred Pierce. Joan Crawford finds herself on a similar bridge, contemplating a similar fate. Because this
Get these men into custody now.
They attempted suicide.
When you're injured in an accident, here's our policy. You will always take on more than an hour fee. That's simple.
Golightly and Associates, 222-3333.
The high-quality industrial products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it.
This is an everyday invitation to feel alive. It's a multivitamin and a mindset. So nourish your mind and your body with it daily, knowing that you are not your age, you are your energy. Let that take you forward into the next 50.
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, more current eligible GMC lessees can get this low mileage lease on the Sierra Elevation for around $299 per month.
Suicide is depicted beautifully, her face sculpted in light, shallow focus, emphasizing her eyes. And it would take well nigh 2 decades before the achievements of Mitsubishi and Lady Porter would be discovered, so to speak, by the romantic cinema of the West.
They're jumping off my bridge.
One of the greatest oversights in movie history. The eighth and final alternative to Western mainstream cinema in the late 20s and 30s comes from here, China. In 1931, Japan brutally invaded China. Life was already difficult for most Chinese, but the ensuing war would see 13 million die. At this very moment, Chinese cinema enters the story of film. There have been Chinese movies since the 1910s, with the typical period costumes and Irish used as an ornament, the point of super and the world. In the early 30s, China evolved to become the West of surrealist cinema, with challenge for the fantasy and the invented camera. Show her some men really seduced women. This city, Shanghai, the capital of the East, one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world at the time, created that challenge. Film studios sprang up, great directors came to the fore, and movie stars were made. The greatest of them all was this one, Grand Yu, often called the Chinese Greta Garbo. Here, she's a single mother at her son's school performance. Money so tight, the ground was in the case for several years to pay for her son's education. The lovely tracking shot shows the whispers of disapproval. When the school hears of her prostitution, it shuns her and she's imprisoned. Women in particular identify as brown.
我们因为我们这个时间就是很小的时间，就看他们的片子比较多吧。如果直接给他们教练的还是比较少的，没有人看真实的人，我们没有看。我们毕竟时间这个时间还是很小的，就是看挺生动啊，挺现实的。那个社会就是这样，对吧？
Brown's movies were often set in Shanghai backstreets like this. The blue shots were usually recreated in Shanghai movie sets like this. People say that realistic acting began with Marlon Brando in America. The beautiful around here, her weariness, her understated gestures, her body language. This is decades before Brando. The magic show playground in the film center stage, director Stanley Kwan had her repeat this famous scene. In this film, the new woman, Brown played a real-life actress who committed suicide after being hounded by the press. And here's the kick to this story. Whoever in Shanghai families trashed Yuan's name because she was modern and realistic in a city of sparkle and keepsakes. In response, Yuan took notice of the character she played and died in 1935, aged just 25. The funeral procession was 3 miles long. 3 women committed suicide. The New York Times front page called it the most spectacular funeral of the century. Today, the attitude is not as in the coming decades, Shanghai, a city of sex and cinema, will grow on top of its past, and the alleyway settings of its great 30s films to become a Disneyland of capitalist consumption became something like a movie set. And by the 40s, a small promontory on the southeastern coast of the mainland had become a new center of Chinese filmmaking in the south.
My parents are doing that.
And so we get to the end of an era in film. Looking back on the years between the late 1910s and the early 30s, it's clear that they were dazzling, maybe the greatest period in the whole story of film. It was a time of fantasy cinema and its brilliant alternatives. Movies were on a high, and sublime tension should have lasted forever. But there's something obvious we haven't yet mentioned. We didn't hear dogs shout. We didn't hear Falconetti's voice. We didn't hear Jezreel's nighttime victim scream. The energy or tenderness of these made a huge impression on us, but not as things in the real world do.
Where are these dudes and why aren't they in custody?
What confirms is called death cinema.
Now this, Biologic Dinosaurs, is none of that BS and all of the good BS. Biologic Science. Microdose to give my hair exactly what it needs. Biologic Professional Hair Salon. Turn everyday purchases into lasting memories. Elevate the magic. Elevate the memories. Introducing the new Disney Inspired Visa card.
That's what the birds are watching, and they're watching Snow White.
In this chapter,
They're sweet little creatures. Yeah, they're good company and they're kind of a little bit sweet. They're not too messy. He's got to destroy a fiddle in Odyssey. Freedom of Alex. YouTube movies. She's gone crazy. I'm not crazy. Somebody get these guys into custody already, for the love of God. Did you hear him earlier? Yeah, he already killed all of everybody. He killed Perry. Jerry, I killed Perry. Hitler killed all the rock stars. Yeah. That's good. No, it's not. The other guy does that too? Want to make sangria? Clothes, get out of clothes. They all end up in the humidifier. They did. They forgot to buy him some. I like clothes. Box wide. You're wide. My brother puts like Coca-Cola and like box wide because they went to Spain on a school trip and they do that there. It tastes pretty good. Really, it's like a very common way to drink it there. The Gizmo is doing well. We're happy in puppy world. I think yours is cute. They're the nicest breed. The Mickeys are the nicest breed. They were just so small, I'm afraid they'd have health problems. I break a little heart for a little tiny Tim, but I know Yorkies do, miniature Yorkies do well. They actually were very healthy and lived a long time. Well, they could not be nicer. Real smart. They're kind of like miniature Yorkies. They're like little tiny terriers, but they don't bark too much and they're real, real sweet. They have some kind of Japanese chin in there too, I think that's what I think they are. A little both. Yeah, they're kind of like miniature Yorkies. They're like a Yorkie, because Yorkies are little terriers. Ollie was a nice, respectable little guy. And then Japanese chin, miniature Japanese chin. But they're actually very smart and sweet. It could be nicer, really, yeah. I want one. My mother offers to buy me. They're kind of expensive. Just afraid people will steal them. I mean, you have them forever, though. I'm thinking of dog. I'm sorry, what's that? Not go really far. Yeah, I jog really far. That's true about you. Yep, that's true about me. I actually do that. Oh. Well, that's what I was doing in Umstead. I hike jog. Like, oh, I know it's hike jogging. It's fast. I can jog like a couple miles. And then I jog, or I hike jog the 5 miles. Takes me an hour. Done it for years. Yep, I do the whole circle in Umstead. If you were getting their office, it's probably like, there I am running the dog track. Let's clean up. You know, wine's good with honey. You know, drink wine with honey, like cinnamon and ginger. It's good with the almond extract. I love almond extract. I love almond paste. Have you ever played with almond paste? That stuff's just good. Almond jelly is good too, from like the Thai store, the Chinese grocery. That comes in a can. That stuff's delicious. You put it with shaved ice. It's like Bobo's. You make Coralies with them, like shaved ice with red bean and fruit salad. Cookies, almond paste to make cookies with. It just smells good. It's just good stuff. It's not too expensive. Almond extract's great. Well, it's expensive, and it's not imitation. It's like $2.50 or something. $2.75, $3. Maybe wine tastes good. A little bit of vanilla. This is my favorite box of wine kind. There's tons in it. It's like The other one actually, like, you run out. 6.7 bottles, 5 liters per box. Well, I don't have a lot of money, really. Yeah. Vodka's cheap around here. It just is. Smirnoff and stuff is like really cheap. But I always make white Russians. If I don't have Kahlua, I always like last for Christmas, it was like Little Debbie, like, I think it was New Year's leftover Christmas creamer and whipped cream. It's awful. Actually, it tasted good. But it sort of tones the vodka down. I don't know if that's a good idea. That's from last month, and there's still plenty left. You can not. Crown Royal goes on sale. I like Crown Royal. They have the flavors. Spring, so like peach Crown Royal, Canadian whiskey. It's good straight, plain. Yeah, it's a good whiskey. Crown Royal is a good, just Canadian whiskey. It's good whiskey. I think. No, yeah, it is. Oh. But peach will go on sale, so I'll buy some peach. Dude. The little bottles go on sale. That's usually what I drink anyway, really. Yeah. Or not little, but like the 750 milliliter bottles. Things. I drink alcohol. I don't mind. I didn't have to get the peach last spring or something because it goes on sale at different times. I got blackberry and apple twice. I got a big bottle of blackberry. I got 2 little things of apple. Another one's of apple. They might be slightly smaller on those. Yeah, I don't want to sound like an ignoramus. I'm not. But I like Crown Royal. I want some plain. It's been a long war out here. But I drink about as much as I'm drinking now, as you can see. Really, yeah, which is not about anything. This took me 3 years, so. This stuff is not like, it doesn't taste like vinegar. Franzia. And there's tons of it. And it's still, it tastes actually really good with a little vanilla extract, almond extract, ginger, lemon, and honey. And some cinnamon. It's good table wine then. It's been there since last month. Well, last month. Amazing, it's still good. Yeah, it actually tastes very good with that. I'll just buy that from now on. The other kind doesn't last as long and isn't as good. The big thing at Kahlua is like $19.99. It's like the Kahlua mixer for White Russian, Kahlua White Russian. There's a bunch in there, but I don't really drink that much. You buy the bucket and settle by that too. Tequila's not too expensive either here. What? Mojitos, I drink mojitos also. In the summer, because they're so nice and refreshing. I'll make mojitos, margaritas. I feel like drinking it all. But I actually really like mojitos. I like margaritas, but something good to do with rum in the summer. It's very pleasant. Somebody get these men in custody. This needs to end already, for the love of God. Better not the flavor. I like the flavor crab now. Something later. This is stupid. Not that big. It tastes really good and cook. Peach Crown Royale tastes really good and cook. It's pleasant. It's not like a drink or two before bed. Yeah. I'm good with the wine. About as much as I'm doing with the wine, I do with the That's a little what's going on. Like a normal person, it's not a big problem. So if we're not getting him arrested tonight, and I'm not gonna be alone in my house. Oh, the next track's good stuff. Made the house smell really good. And I hated the fire. I need a new humidifier. The insurance card. Does a good insurance card. Covers humidifiers. Which covers it, a Quake brand humidifier. I bought that. I didn't buy it with it, that one with it, but I could actually use a new one from City Gold. Cool mist would be good in the summer. Yep, that would be ultrasonic. That one's kind of nice in the winter, really. Yeah, it's like cozy. I was waiting for the ceiling and then Adobe, like, the ceiling to collapse above it. Oops. Dude, the sand and quicksand, that's what happens right here. It's not landscape, when you add water, it turns into like quicksand. That used to happen in New Mexico and Colorado and stuff. Like, sand by the edge of lakes was not completely safe in New Mexico at all. Really, yeah. Like, if you're ever traveling in New Mexico or southern Colorado, I'm sure people know that, but just actually really watch out for it. Yeah. You gotta put the dog back on the leash. You do for rattlesnakes too, really, yeah. Well, because sand blows, like, if you see, like, sand blows up against the mountains, really, yeah, on the Front Range and in Colorado, southern Colorado and New Mexico. And then if there's a lake, they just watch out for quicksand and rattlesnakes. Okay, we'll be staying on the path. Like the dog's like chasing a snake, he's like, bloop, 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 shoot. Your foot's like, boom. Okay, stay on the path. And there's rattlesnakes. If there's quicksand that bad, then there's probably rattlesnakes. It blows up in piles, and if there's a lake up against, which a lot of times there is, up against the mountains, because the Front Range just kind of pop straight up. Tastes like almond paste. the almond jelly tastes like, it tastes just like almond extract smells, it's good. So is the almond, like, the brick of almond paste. It's usually the farm foods aisle, I don't know why. Or the baking aisle. You put in cookies or cakes. You can kind of just eat it, I think. I bet sometimes it smells good. Gets at. Sky vodka. Oh. Oh. Yeah, there was like Christmas cappuccino toppings. Not really as good. That's Murdoch, the Tamarind or Day of the Dead. Yep. That ended up with the wassail. The wassau's good there. So it's good in the wassail, but it's kind of spicy. But it's not expensive. Yeah, almost not expensive. Usually I'm not alcoholic at all. Sleeping. Sleeping whiskey. Remembering to do the wine now. There's all this going on. I'm driving you to burn. Really, it's dairy is all family earlier. This instead. I doubt it, that's, I think we're very spotty. Really, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people are fine. Maybe a little bit, I don't know. Please do this, I know. Somebody please arrest these dudes. I don't know what I said either. I think it was turned off, like. Oh, I think it was turned out too, when I see the picture of the cake. Oh. The lead singer of the band Tool is also KG, yeah. Okay. Okay. Why were you discussing this? What, with these guys? I mean, I don't know what we're discussing with these guys. There's something to discuss with these guys? So that is? Yep, I think so. Well, like you guys in air school, some of them did, right, yeah. Well, the ones that do, it's, yeah, like, you can tell it's like a thing. Oh. It's missionary or something, yeah. Bisexual. Yep. Yeah, exactly. No, that's not nice, I mean, both terms is okay. I would, yeah, I don't know what that was, pansexual, get that? It's gonna be Wayne Brady, who's like, is anyway. Really? No. No. No, okay, well, that's scary. No. He never done anything. No. Sure. Yeah, no, he didn't, we would have heard about it, like Jared from Subway, who's very hated, he didn't do all this. Good Lord. He's really a straight person. Really. Right, I mean, I don't know, we don't hate him completely, but you know, Jared hated somebody is hated for that. I don't remember exactly what he did. He did nothing for this. You know. Or he was just not very proud about. I don't know what the hell it is. The monster. The ABC. Okay, now we're being movie for. I didn't nothing about it. Yeah, like that. I don't know. I think they're the videos. Probably not videos. Come on. Yeah, under normal circumstances, you only get away with so much. Like, what do you think? Unless you're you, apparently, and then I don't know, you're kind of just digging for China over there in front of everybody. Well, you are at some point, is this Dad? See, it's really not expensive right here. Red, white, and berry. Lucan's wine. Smirnoff is like, I mean, that's like a, no, you're not. Well, yeah, that's why this, but I'm not sure, but yeah. This looks good. Choose your shopping, pick up a shipping or select delivery. Lucan's Big Town, $11, and that's like a wine cooler. $11.99. Smirnoff red, white, and berry. Smirnoff red, white, and berry. $12. It's like $15 for a 750 milliliter bottle, which I haven't been doing. Yeah, which I haven't been really. I was like, what? Smirnoff spicy tamarind. Oh God, bottle that. Why? Yeah, I haven't been drinking very much. No. Oh. Like mom and dad drink. Or maybe like slightly more jobs and wines and stuff. It's not for cream. Sour green apple. A little bit too, yeah. Like I don't have that great a tolerance. Looks good, but I can just make myself sick at that point. Okay. I drink so much. Let's get a straw. Crown Royal chocolate. It's good. $24.99, 750 milliliter bottle of Crown Royal chocolate. See, that'll go on sale. I'll buy it. Okay. Sounds good. Last a while. Yep. You did just buy like one. I don't know this what I drank. I'm crazy of these monsters, but what I drank. A bottle of Smirnoff vanilla, which you drink with Coca-Cola last 3 years. Yep. I've already made the white Russians and Smirnoff vanilla. Really? Yeah. Okay. Actually, I think that was Smirnoff caramel. Pretty much. Oh, you hit the hard liquor. Remember a bottle of tequila. Yeah, I mean, it was summers. I made a margaritas. Good nice in the summer. Please get these men into custody now. Please, please, yeah. So then there. Where's the? Let's see. I love rock music. We can hear it. You turn it down. Probably. Why? I don't know. There's been on the TV on my it's, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm too lazy to make it. It's just on the TV. Too lazy to find anything else. Do not touch my garage with that thing. Would you please help me for the love of God? I don't know what to do. Yeah. Get off my body with that thing. Please. No. Get off of me. What do I do? What the hell? There it is. Duh. Ew. Yeah, okay. hell? Please get these guys in the custody already. Oh, I just want to lay down and sleep. You happen to. I'll be back up in a second.